NEC policy of 2008, we came up with a national children's policy, integrated, comprehensive, cohesive, and a policy we believe should be able to deliver a society where children can afford to have a smile, where children are children, where children are not brides. The office of any child must be the classroom, not the bedroom. We want to say children who can smile and are happy and enjoying their fullest, who can express their potential, who have a chance to go to school, to learn. And we are saying nobody should be left behind, consistent with the SDGs. We have hardly 8 years to ensure that we meet the goals of the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, can you join me in welcoming our chief guest at this inaugural national conference for children in Uganda, the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, Hajat Rukia Isanga Nakadama. Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, you are very warmly welcome. Thank you for coming. Can we remain standing and we do the anthems? In the interest of time, we shall do a stand of each national anthem, East African Community Anthem, and the Children's Anthem. Children's Anthem. Can I invite Reverend Nathan Mugaru from the Mpindi clan of Uganda to come and lead us in a word of prayer? Reverend Nathan Mugaru.
May we pray. Father, Lord, we thank you for this great day. This is the day that you have made, so we shall rejoice and be glad in it. Lord, we thank you for this noble opportunity and noble calling that you have charged us with of taking care of the children of this nation and nurturing as well as modeling the young people. We thank you, Lord, for all our stakeholders. We thank you for the wisdom, for the revelation, but above all for the zeal for the children of Uganda. Now, Lord, as we deliberate on these issues, we pray that you may guide us, but above all, Lord, we pray that you may inspire us more and reveal to us on how we should raise a generation that is going to serve you and this nation in spirit and in truth. We pray all this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Can we take our seats? Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, I take this opportunity to congratulate you over your ascendance to that high office of state. Can we clap for the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister? I also would like to welcome you home. Home, the means of gender, where you cut your teeth to excellency. We congratulate you, we thank you, we love you, and karibu home. And because I'm not better suited to welcome you here, may you allow me to invite the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, Mr. Agre David Chibenge, to come and welcome you here to the inaugural National Conference for Children, themed Children's Rights, Children Law, and SDGs on Children Agenda. Mr. David Agre Chibenge, karibuni.
Our chief guest this morning, Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama, the Third Deputy Prime Minister, who is here to represent Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, also represented by Honorable Helen Grace Asamo, the Minister of State for Disability Affairs. We unfortunately could not get her into the room, and she is following online and will make her remarks from within the hotel, but online. Representatives of our partners, I don't know if they are members of parliament here present. All of you are distinguished ladies and gentlemen, especially the children. Allow me take this opportunity to extend a word of appreciation to our chief guest for accepting to grace the opening of this conference. This is a clear testimony of your long and unwavering commitment and passion for our children. To all the other stakeholders present, I thank you for taking of time to attend and participate in this conference, whose theme resonates with the support you extend to government of Uganda for improving the well-being of children. The Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is the lead entity responsible for creating the necessary enabling legal and policy framework to guide interventions of both state and non-state actors towards improving the well-being of children. As you might be aware, on 22nd of June 2020, Cabinet approved the National Child Policy and its implementation plan for the period 2020-21 to 2024-25. The National Child Policy provides strategic direction to ministries, district local governments, communities, civil society organizations, and the private sector on key interventions in line with the 4 broad rights of a child. Number 1, survival or health. Number 2, education or development. Number 3, protection. And number 4, protection and participation. And number 4, systems strengthening and capacity. To date, and with support from our partners, the National Child Policy 2020 and its implementation plan has been disseminated in 88 districts. The ministry is continuously strengthening the national and subnational coordination structures in the implementation of that policy. National child well-being that draws members from ministries, departments, and agencies, National Well-being Steering Committee that draws members from ministries, departments, and agencies, academic institutions, cultural and religious institutions, and the private sector was constituted and commissioned in November 2020 to oversee implementation of the policy. At district level, child well-being committees have been constituted to cascade dissemination to lower local government and community levels. The National Child Policy 2020 is aligned to the National Development Plan 3 under the Human Capital Development and Community Mobilization and Mindset Change programs of the NDP 3. Additionally, under the pillar of community mobilization and mindset change, which the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development leads, we have provided for the mainstreaming of a number of cross-cutting areas, including child protection. Chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, one important category of children that needs our continuous attention are children in conflict and contact with the law. The ministry has 7 regional remand homes, namely Arua, Port Porto, Kabale, Naguru, Mbale, Gulu, Masindi, and Kampiringsa National Rehabilitation Center, which are all operational. Construction of Moroto Regional Remand Home is ongoing. However, maintenance of these institutions is costly in regard to provision of food and other non-food items, as well as security. Some of the infrastructure needs renovation, if not complete overhaul, including the boys' dormitory at Kampiringsa National Rehabilitation Center. As a ministry, therefore, we appreciate partners who have supported some of these institutions with regard to renovation, child welfare, and skilling. The ministry, under the public-private partnership and corporate social responsibility arrangement, would gladly appreciate more support to renovate the dilapidated infrastructure and also to skill the juveniles on remand and at Kampiringsa National Rehabilitation Center. Chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, to enhance the ministry's response to child protection, the Uganda Child Helpline at Chireka, Kampala has been upgraded to handle children and gender-based violence cases. This toll-free service receives and handles child and adult cases with support from other key stakeholders, including police, local councils, and probation and welfare officers. To date, 68 district action centers linked to this helpline at Chireka have been set up. The helpline renders the following services. 1, responds to cases of violence against children reported through the media. 2, provides information and guidance on child care and protection. 3, follows up cases and refers to other key service providers. 4, sensitizes communities. And 5, monitors children who have been rehabilitated and reintegrated with their families. Government, through the ministry and with support from UNICEF, finalized and launched a new national strategy to end child marriage and teenage pregnancies on 16th of June, when we commemorated the Day of the African Child at Butaleja District headquarters. The ministry is conducting a second comprehensive countrywide study on violence against children. I applaud UNICEF, CDC, AfriChild, and Makerere University Institute of Public Health, and all other partners for collaborating with the ministry to undertake this study, whose findings will inform legal and policy reforms, programming, and future research. The ministry continues to build capacity of the Department of Youth and Children Affairs that supports child protection system strengthening at the national and subnational levels. This department at the ministry headquarters is staffed at 100% level, and this enables us to execute our mandate, key of which is building capacity of districts and civil society organizations in childcare and protection. Finally, chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my sincere appreciation and that of the ministry to all the partners who have contributed financially and logistically to enable the ministry successfully organize and hold this conference. It's now my singular duty and honor to invite the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, as I've informed you, represented by Honorable Asamo, to make her remarks, and thereafter invite the chief guest to address you and officially open this conference or dialogue. I thank you for your kind attention. Can we have Honorable Asamo connected so that she can talk to us from wherever she is waiting? Apologies for that delay, but they are on standby and should connect soon.
The technical hiccup that is happening today. Right Honorable.
Thank you very much. That was the statement by the Permanent Secretary. He, among others, thanked all of you development partners for doing what you continue to do. And we are saying, like Charles Dickens would say, we want some more. We want some more, because we are not where we were yesterday.
I'm hearing the commissioner is again talking.
A number of things have to be done. A number of systems have to be built. A number of frameworks have to be strengthened. And so we still have a Julian task to execute. In a moment from now, we shall be listening to the Minister, Honorable Helen Asamo. But permit me, Right Honorable, to recognize
Mr. Mondo, we are ready. We are ready to connect. We are ready to connect.
Chairperson, Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children.
We are ready to connect, Mr. Mondo.
MP, Namayingo District. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Permit me also, Right Honorable Deputy Premier, recognize the Deputy Director, Directorate of Public Prosecution, Mrs. Samari Wakoli. She's here with us. Thank you for being with us. Allow me also to recognize the representative of the country representative UNICEF, Mr. Tawanda Chinembili. I hope I get it right in pronunciation. Thank you very much. All right, we are ready. And so let's listen to the Honorable Minister.
Okay, thank you. Right Honorable Deputy Third Prime Minister, Honorable Rukia Nakadama, the Honorable Members of Parliament, present, representatives of development partners, heads of international and national NGOs, our children, the media, and invited guests. I want to start by apologizing, Right Honorable, before I make the speech, that I would have loved to be in the room, but because of accessibility challenges, I was not able to reach there. And also looking at the theme for children, and we're talking about SDGs, which says leave no one behind. I'm getting worried whether my children with disabilities are really part of the conference. My apologies for starting like that, but that is something to be registered for the organizers next time. Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, allow me read the speech of the Minister, Honorable Amongi Betty, who sends her greetings to the children, but because of other assignments, she was not able to be with you physically. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to appreciate the organizers of this conference to deliberate on the well-being of the children of Uganda. Convening this conference is very timely when COVID-19 pandemic has created at family and community level. Right Honorable Prime Minister, our chief guest, Uganda is a stable democracy, well estimated with a total population of about 45 million people, of which 56% are under the age of 18 years of age. That means they are children. The large population of children poses challenges to the country, as it has a bearing on the required to provide necessary services to them to ensure their optimal and development. The study indicated form of violence experienced by children. The report further indicates that 1 in every 3 girls The report further indicates that 1 in every 3 girls, that is 33% reported experiencing sexual violence, while 1 in every 6 boys, that is 17%, reported experiencing sexual violence during their childhood. Physical and emotional violence are some of other prevalent cases of violence children experience. This report for the last 5 years has been guiding strategic investment areas in protecting the rights of children and adhering to the international, regional, and national commitments to enhance the well-being of the children. Guest of honor, according to the Uganda Police Annual Crime Report 2020, a total of 14,090 girls were defiled. 140 boys were indecently sexually assaulted. Further, it is indicated that 1,280 are children in the age bracket of 0 to 8 years. 2,980 are in the age bracket of 9 to 14 years, and 9,954 in the age bracket of 15 to 17 years. What is very disturbing is the 120 of these children were defiled by their own parents, 120 by their guardians, 52 by the teachers, and 301 by persons who are HIV positive. Our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, the case of children being abused and reported to the Sauti 116 is also very disturbing. For instance, from January to December 2021, 5,235 children were abused. Most of the abuses occur at home by parents, guardians, and relatives of the children. Our chief guest, Uganda ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child in 1990, including the optional protocols, and complies with the requirements of the ratification by submitting the country reports. Uganda's legal system is very comprehensive in terms of protecting and promoting the rights of the children. The Constitution of Uganda, 1995, protects vulnerable groups and children, Article 33 and Article 34, from any kind of abuse, harassment, and ill treatment. The Children Amendment Act 2016 criminalizes child rights violations, including physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. The ministry has established technology-based child helpline for prompt reporting and response to any form of abuse of children. You report and SafePal is a digital youth engagement tool used by youth on issues of health, GBV, that is gender-based violence, female genital mutilation, HIV/AIDS, among others, and employment. Other initiatives include Coding Girls, Kobiri Seeds for the Future, ULearn, are some of the recommendable efforts to ensure children promptly report for action any form of violence, abuse directed to them. Given the fact that the majority of the violence of children experience occur at home, family settings, they improve parenting skills and empower the children and the community to report any cases of abuse of children. The ministry has come up with a violence against children detection tool administered at household, community, and institutional level. Guest of honor, the government throughout the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development and other ministries continue to strengthen the legal and policy reforms that foster child care and protection at all levels. For example, the Children Amendment Act 2016, the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act 2010, the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act 2009, the Prevention and Prohibition of Human Sacrifice Act 2021, to mention but a few. Our chief guest, I want to thank you and all the members in the conference for attending this conference, and I want to wish you fruitful deliberations. I now take this singular opportunity to invite the third Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Nakadama Rukia, to address us and declare the conference officially opened. For God and my country. Thank you for listening.
And I thank you for allowing me to come and share the experience. It gives me great pleasure to join you today as we converge to discuss the critical issues of child rights, child laws, and our accomplishments in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals on children in Uganda. Our 1995 Constitution, as amended, defines a child as a person under the age of 18 years. All these children have equal rights of survival, development, protection, and participation. No matter who they are, where they live, what language they speak, what their religion is, what they think, what they look like, whether they are boys or girls, if they have a disability or not, if they came from rich homes or poor homes, and no matter who their parents are. The benchmark is no child should be treated unfairly for any reason. This means that while we all make decisions, we should think about how these decisions will affect the children. It is imperative that all of us as adults do what is best for a child. It has been known since time immemorial that a child is not only dependent on a parent, but also on a society. Many issues at community level have been decentralized to the local council level with clear cascading structures where a referral is required. I also wish to remind ourselves that the government of Uganda ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Children in 1990. As a signatory to the convention, the government of Uganda pledged to implement the provisions of the convention to its fullest by putting in place administrative and institutional measures for the realization of the commitments. The 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, as the supreme law in the country, recognizes the rights of the child and specifically provides for children's rights to health, rights to education, and rights to protection from exploitation. That is in Article 34. On an important note, the Local Government Act Cap 243 schedule decentralizes child care and protection. Thus, all districts and cities are reminded to prioritize child care and protection in their work plans and budgets. And on this note, allow me to upload KCCA for the Kampala Capital City Child Protection Ordinance 2022, which criminalizes commercial begging. That has been one of the incentives for those engaged in trafficking children from rural areas to Kampala City and other urban centers. I think you all know how these people have been trafficking these children. First of all, they incite them from their places of origin. They bring them to Kampala. Then from Kampala, they are trafficked to other places unknown to everybody. So I want to urge cities and districts to borrow a leaf from KCCA and come up with ordinances and bylaws to protect children from abuse and all forms of exploitation. May 2015 was yet another monumental day in the protection of our children when His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, assented to the Children's Amendment Bill 2015 into Children's Act 2016, which sought to strengthen care and advance protection of children's rights. I also wish to applaud the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development and the Judiciary for administrative instrument that gazetted the Nagu Remand Home in Kampala as a high court to handle juvenile cases. This development has greatly reduced the cost of running the institution and enabling expeditious handling of juvenile cases of capital nature. Additionally, high courts and magistrates courts were guided by the principal judgment to prioritize juvenile justice during COVID-19. Uganda Police is implementing the diversion guidelines, which has led to a reduction of juvenile on remand by 36%. The National Development Plan 3, 2020-2021 to 2024-2025 ministries, strategic plans, ministerial policy statements, and the annual plans and budgets demonstrate government's commitments regarding children. This is in addition to child protection, capacity building through recruiting staff of national and subnational levels who have increased from 37% in 2010 to 89% across districts above 65% staffing level recommended by Ministry of Public Service. The government, through the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, with support from the development partners, notably UNICEF, USAID, Save the Child, or Save the Children, World Vision, Compassion, I think that one is Compassion International, to mention but a few, has recruited 23,967 parasocial workers, which has increased access of vulnerable children to essential services like protection from abuse, neglect, exploitation, and pediatric HIV/AIDS services, among others. However, despite the above effort, the country still experiences disturbing cases of gross child rights abuse. A survey on violence against children was conducted in 2018, revealing that of Ugandans aged 13 to 17 years, 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 10 boys reported sexual violence in the past year. In terms of physical violence, 4 in 10 girls and 6 in every 10 boys aged between 13 to 17 years reported experiencing physical violence in the years preceding the survey. Unfortunately, parents or adults, relatives were cited as the most common perpetrators of physical violence against children. I think we can ask ourselves, what really has gone wrong if we have fellow parents here, and I know we are the ones in this room? Where is the love, protection we are nurtured to accord to our children? How can we say that the parent, how can we say that it was the mother, it was the father, it was an uncle, really, who has done, who has perpetrated our child? It is, we have to continue asking ourselves, really, what has gone wrong? When we go out there, you find parents showing a lot of love, respect for their children. By the following day, that person whom you saw showing a lot of love is the same person whom they will say defiled the daughter. She abused. That is now the mother. She burnt the fingers of the child. Many sorts of things have been going around. You know them even better than me. We need a systematic and holistic approach in which children's development and protection is placed at the heart of cooperation, of policy development and execution, of prioritization of national investment. I'm particularly impressed that the private sector has brought on board as we strive for better conditions for our children at all levels. I call for closer collaboration between the government, civil society, and private sectors in ending all forms of child abuse. I believe this conference will act as a launch pad for this noble cause. Government will continue looking at the legislation that protects children from violent punishments and banning sexual abuses and exploitation of children, as well as other ills against children. If we can work together with the local governments, like I said before, we put those bylaws, maybe it can help us. We will also continue engaging at all levels to address those norms, values, attitudes, and harmful practices that perpetuate violation of children's rights. As I conclude, I call upon parents, guardians, and institutions of learning to use positive discipline in their spaces so that children are kept safe and foster their growth and development to actualize their optimal realization of human capital development as enshrined in the National Development Plan 3. Finally, my recommendation is that this becomes an annual national event and, resources permitting, be cascaded to regional and district levels. When we sit here at Hotel Africana, the people down there don't know what we are doing. They don't know what is happening. For them, we leave it to ourselves. We who know what is happening, we who know that it is wrong to abuse children's rights, then we leave those people who don't know anything. Maybe they know, but they take it for granted that when I have a right, I have to use it, either at a child who is 7 years, who is 14 years, who is, below 18 years. I think it is high time that we do that and talk to those people, we sensitize them so that children should really be protected. I thank you for listening to me, and I take the honor to declare this National Children's Conference opened for God and my country.
That was the third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, and your clapping is not commensurate to the title. Thank you very much. That's much better. The first clap was for me, now that's for the third Deputy Prime Minister. Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, we have talked about harmful practices against children, but there are a few that we forget to talk about. And one of them, as a harmful practice, is failure to listen to the children, not giving them space to be listened to. May I request you, I know you have a tight schedule, but that before you go, at least you listen to the children of Uganda. They will go away comfortable that we are being listened to. And it's a children's right under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Children, Article 12, it provides for their being listened to. And Article 34 that you quoted also provides for children to be listened to. May you allow me, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, to invite SOS Children's Village, together with Concern for the Girl Child, to come and we listen to you. And before they come, Right Honorable, permit me to recognize some of the following heavyweights who are here. Compassion International Country Director, Rennie Mugisha, stand up for recognition. Thank you for being with us. I already introduced Deputy Directorate of Public Prosecution, Mrs. Samari Wakoli, who is just around that corner. The Country Director, Therese Dihom, TDH. Richard, stand up for recognition, wherever you are. TDH, thank you for coming. The Commissioner for Youth and Children Affairs, Dr. Fred Ngavirano, he's out of. Okay, the Assistant Commissioner for Children, Mr. Franco Torrea, stand up for recognition. The representative of UNICEF, Mr. Tawanda Chinembiri, stand up for recognition. The MD, NSSF, presented by the Corporate Secretary, Madam Agnes Tiveyeta Isharaza. Thank you for being with us here. I already, Right Honorable, introduced the Chairperson Parliamentary Forum on Children, Honorable Margaret Makoha, who is just seated next to you. Allow me also recognize the Country Director, Child Eye Foundation, Susan Ajok. The representative of Stanbic Bank, stand up for recognition. Stanbic Bank, yes. Thank you for coming. Representative of Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, Mr. Damon Niwamara Kamese. Thank you for being here. National Children's Authority, representative of the Executive Director, National Children's Authority. Thank you for coming. Representative of Concern for the Girl Child. Concern for the Girl Child, thank you for being here. Representative of SOS Children's Villages. SOS, thank you for being here. Representative of Watoto Church. Watoto. Yes, thank you for being here. Hi, Agency Uganda, the partners we are working with in this conference. Right Honorable, there are so many. Because before you went to climb the ladders, you taught us to create friends. And so we have created friends with whom we work to be able to deliver. Can you allow me now to invite SOS? I'm being advised that we have Watoto first, then we shall have SOS Children's Village together with Concern for the Girl Child. Watoto, can you step forward very quickly? The Right Honorable Prime Minister has a busy schedule.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elizabeth. We just celebrated Father's Day this past week. Oh, happy Father's Day to the fathers in this place. Though it's very sad to me because I lost my father when I was 5 years old. My siblings and I were left under the care of my mom. She tried so hard to work for us to get what to eat every day. Life was difficult. As my mom continued to struggle, in 2008, Watoto came. She was introduced to Watoto neighborhood where she received business training. Now I was able to go to school to study at Watoto village. I remember everything being miraculous at Watoto. I got a new home, a new house, new sisters, new brothers, and I was able to go to school. I am so excited that I am in school. I got to go to the US 2 times with our Watoto Children's Choir, and it was amazing. By the love of Jesus, my mom is running her own business, and I'm really happy that I am in school. I am studying so hard as I grow my gifts. I am happy for my mom too, because now she runs her own business. And one day, I'm gonna make my mama proud when I become a lawyer. Thank you very much. May God bless you. For our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon to you all. My name is Ashukuru Rona, a student of Senior 2 at Hope Senior School, Bira Watoto. And I've come here to talk about children's rights and responsibilities. According to the Constitution of Uganda, a child is a person below the age of 18 years. And what I can talk about all that a right is something every person is entitled to. We as children have rights, and those rights are even written in the Constitution of Uganda. But in all statuses, all what we see, we are mostly taught our rights are not our responsibilities. Our responsibilities are not taught to us, and so that's why I've come here to stand and talk to each and every child in this room about their responsibilities. Yes, you have your right, but you also have a responsibility to take. Responsibility is the state of having a duty to deal with. And if you're a child, you have a state of having a duty, either a duty that is given to you by your parent or a duty in your right. And this involves being dependable. If you're dependable, it means you are reliable and trustworthy. In order to be a responsible citizen or a responsible child, you should be dependable, make good choices, and take accountability for your actions. In most cases, children are taught their rights, but are not dependable because at many circumstances, we see children who take a bad attitude about that. They say my parents should do this, but they don't want to play their role. If I'm to talk about school, children know that they have a right to go to school, but when they are taken to school, they end up messing up, and they think again, since it's their rights, they have to go and report. My friend, if you're a child, take your responsibility so that your parents are proud of you. A responsible child is the one who looks out for the well-being of others understands that we all have a part to play in making the world a better place. My friend, if you're responsible, you make your world a better place. Everyone will be proud of you. Everyone will be saying, like, if it's your mom, they will be saying, that's my daughter, that's my son. But if you're not responsible, it won't take that. If you turn into being a bad person, they will not be proud of you and they will be ashamed of you. And the responsibilities that you take as a child make you feel special because they make you comfortable and proud. I'm going to talk about the rights and the responsibilities that we are going to be taking as children. Purposely, we are talking about responsibilities, not rights, because I think all the children know their rights. Children have a right to good education, and their responsibility is to study, respect their teachers and fellow students. I don't think that there is a school which tolerates immorality and bad manners, because if you have good morals, you are a good child, you can even excel more in your books. Every child has a right to food, and their responsibility is to participate in the preparation of food, like the children under my age bracket. My friend, you should be learning to prepare a good meal, not the mothers to be preparing everything for you. You shouldn't, if you're given food, don't waste it. Don't serve as if it is going to get done. Don't be greedy of that. Take time, take your time, serve the food that you can eat. Don't waste food, because people out there don't have food. Some are on the streets, they beg, but for you're given a privilege to eat and you waste the food. Clean the dishes. Okay, if you're not in my age bracket of like preparing or doing other stuff, at least a child of 8 years, you can wash the dishes or clean the place where the food has been prepared from. And then the other right is the right to medication and good health. Children take this right as, if I'm sick, I have to go to the clinic. And they tell their parents, I want to go to the clinic. But when they are taken there and are given medicine, they come, they start hiding the medicine. You're wasting your parents' money, my friends. You're wasting it because they put in much money to buy that medicine. They put in their effort so that you have good health. But your responsibility is to take the prescribed medicine, not to waste, and keep it safe. You have a right to belong to a family and have a name, but it depends. Every child has a responsibility in that. Your responsibility is to respect your parents and listen to them. Even the Bible talks about it, that when you respect your parents, you live longer. If you don't respect your parents, they are not always proud of you. Even they can ask them, is that your child, or is that your son or daughter? They are even ashamed of saying that he or she is my daughter. But if you're a good child, they will be proud of you. They will be doing each and everything that you need to have as far as concerns to having a family. We have the right to clothing, but parents are not the ones to wash your clothes. If you have to play, please, you can play careful and not hurt others while playing. If you have a right to be loved and protected, please and please show love to others and protect others as you are protected. And in that means of protection, if there is any child abuse in your home, the numbers are always given on the TVs, on the radios. They tell you, call the Sauti 11. If you feel that there is some abuse in your home, either by your relative or parents, please report, because people are there out waiting to help you out. You have a right to special care for special needs, and your responsibility is to be the best person you can be. Be always the best person you can be so that everyone is proud of you. Everyone is even yearning to see you, because if you are the best person you can be, you can even achieve your dreams. But parents, this is my appeal. Please and please, I know that we might have learned our rights and responsibilities, but it's you who makes us better. It's you who teaches us. It's you who can tell us what to do, because if you're not there, we are not the ones. Please teach us, educate us, because I think you can even start teaching a child at the age of 3 that you can say sorry. If they grow with that heart, they grow when they are humble, when they can even talk to you. They know that if I'm in wrong, please listen to your parents, because some want to talk to other people because they have conflicts at home. But be the first friend of your child, because if I'm not free with my parent, I don't think I'll ever be free with anyone else. Thank you for listening.
Our chief guest, the Deputy Prime Minister, Hajatu Nakad. The Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, Member of Parliament, the Permanent Secretary, Children and Young People, all protocol observed. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. My name is Nakweru Catherine, 16 years old in Senior 4, from SOS Haman Minor, Kakiri. I bring you warm greetings from the children of SOS villages and Ugandan children at large. SOS Children Village Uganda is a child-focused organization that is committed to protection and abuse of children in all spheres in line with the Constitution of Uganda, the Child Policy 2020, and other international instruments and protocols. As Uganda joined the rest of the world to commemorate the Day of the African Child on 16 June 2020 this year, under the theme Eliminating Harmful Practices Affecting Children, Progress on Policy and Practice 2013 was very touching. As children, we are very grateful and recognize the effort of our government for the various interventions in implementing of policies and laws that are geared towards protecting our rights. In Uganda, we have the following policies that have contributed greatly to the well-being of children through government intervention. Policy number 1 is Child Policy 2020. This policy has promoted child rights to life and health by making abortion illegal, child sacrifice, and in providing mass immunization of children against the killer diseases like polio, measles, tuberculosis, tetanus, whooping cough, cancer of the cervix, among others. Our government has made sure that vaccines are available from district to lower health facilities. This is in line with SDG 3 that is aiming at good health and well-being for all citizens, including children by 2030. Promoted right to education. free primary education was later followed by universal secondary education. This is in line with SDG 4, which emphasizes quality education, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, and promote long life learning opportunities for all, which is a right to education. The policy has helped in reducing physical violence against children, like dangerous beating of children by parents and teachers, which was making children not to go to school. Child Act 2016 Amendment, Clause 24 prohibits death sentence for a person below 18 years and adult whose offense was committed while one was below the age of 18. Clause 106A prohibits corporal punishment in schools. It also protects the children from unlawful punishment by teachers, and this has improved on the children's performance and stay in school. The Constitution of Uganda. The Constitution of Uganda has protected children from harmful practices like rape, child marriages, which recommends marriage at the age of 18. Which recommends marriage at the age of 18 and above. The Constitution gives children right to be cared for their parents or guardians, thus limiting child labor. Despite the great contribution to the children by the government and implementing partners as stated above, there are still challenges faced by children in Uganda as follows. And these are the recommendations. Challenge 1. We children are not involved to participate in decision-making process. This starts right from our home, in our families, where parents do not consult children for their opinion before doing something for them. For example, buying clothes, choice of school, type of food a child wants to eat, and many others. I therefore recommend that as children, we are requesting to be given opportunity to present our problems to Parliament. This is because the issue discussed in Parliament are presented by adults, I mean the big people, and we are not considered practically. We should also be given opportunity to participate in budget and planning meetings to put our problems for consideration to the budget holders. Another challenge is there is the issue of child marriages. These shouldn't even be called child marriages, because if you call them child marriages, it means that the marriages are legal for children. They are forced marriages. Parents marry off their children when they are still young to get bride price. This has affected the children's decision of achieving their dreams in life. Furthermore, there is a problem of child sacrifice, which violates children's right to life. I therefore recommend we, as children of Uganda, request the government, through you, the Deputy Prime Minister, that I request the government should pass strict punishment to parents and people who marry children before the age of 18. We ask the government to find solutions to the growing poverty that is causing parents to give their children for marriage. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, many girls were married off. Challenge number 3 is that we are neglected by our parents. This is one of the major reasons for the increased number of street children in Kampala. The streets where most decision makers, like Member of Parliament, the Deputy Prime Minister, pass every day, but there is no one lasting solution that has been found to have these children off the streets of Kampala once and for all. Growing up from streets have increased the number of organized criminal gangs in the city. I therefore recommend that we request the government to promote training of parents in parent skills from the grassroots through government structures like community development officers, probation officers, and police who handle children and family affairs. We are calling upon the government to distribute resources to different regions equally to fight poverty, which is causing most of the problems children are facing, like child sacrifice, child marriage, unwanted pregnancies, among others. The last challenge is that there is a problem of sexual violence. Here, girls and boys are sexually harassed and violated by their immediate relatives or someone close to them, say teachers, parents, uncles, and brothers. The report shows that 18 to 24-year-old Ugandans, 1 in 3 girls, that is 35%, and 1 in 6 boys, that is 17%, reported experiencing sexual violence during their childhood. I therefore recommend that we call upon the government, Ministry of Gender and Education sector to put up strict implementation of laws to the offenders of sexual abuse and provide rescue centers for children in every sub-county. Invest in producing child-friendly versions of the current laws that protect children. Consider incorporating some of the child's laws in our school curriculum. Empower children by creating more avenues for them to be able to speak about issues that affect them. For God and my country.
The chief guest, the honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Jibwadaba Travin. I am in senior 6. I go to Chambogo College School. I am a CGC beneficiary, concerned for the girl child beneficiary. We have been empowered as girls through concern for the girl child that we can even stand here and speak. I would like to first thank God that we are back after a long lockdown. We are back in school. It wasn't an easy journey, but God enabled us, and I'm still wearing a uniform. I'm so grateful to God. We are here to present a paper about children's rights, and I would like to invite my colleagues.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Namirimu Vivian. I'm 14 years old. I'm in senior 2. I take this opportunity on behalf of the children to thank the government, our parents, CSOs, and all stakeholders for enabling us exercise our rights. Today, I share on the progress of the children rights, children laws, and SDGs on children agenda. The government through UPE and USE has improved our access to education and promoted inclusive education. Currently, 90% of all parishes have a primary school, 80% of which are government aided. About 90% of all sub-counties have a secondary school, 67 of which are government aided. CSOs like Concern for the Girl Child, SOS Children's Villages, FENU Uganda and many more have created better opportunities for us to access high quality basic education. Informal, non-formal and alternative education programs ranging from early childhood education to primary school and vocation. I'm glad that through government youth livelihood programs, women empowerment programs, skilling and parish model projects, our parents are working, which reduces poverty in Uganda. Organizations like World Food Program, UNICEF and Food for the Hungry have provided food for the hungry children and all refugees in Uganda. Our health and well-being is being supported by Strong Minds Uganda, Naguru Teenage Health Center, Naguru Teenage Health and Information Center, Joy for Children, Baylor Foundation Uganda, to mention but a few. For the Sustainable Goal 6, clean water and sanitation is more accessible for us. Thanks to CSOs like Concern for the Girl Child, World Vision, Save the Children who work tirelessly to construct water sources, toilets and bathrooms in our communities. With the support from Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, we have been encouraged and given today's platform to demand for our rights and raise our voices to people in power. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kabili Ruth. I'm 14 years old and I'm in senior 2. Although different initiatives have been undertaken to promote children's rights, there are still gaps. Allow me to share this through the challenges we face as children in this community. Despite education being free, like Vivian said, hidden costs such as uniforms, midday meals, and extra subject costs continue to create barriers for children whose parents cannot afford them. We lack enough teachers and classrooms. Children are also discouraged from attending schools due to high levels of sexual abuse, both at school and at home. Teachers that commit sexual crimes against children have continued to get away with crime by simply being transferred to different schools. There is still a huge problem of favoritism when it comes to sending all children to school. To be specific, the boy child has been excluded from most of the programs being put up to uplift the child. We have been exposed to high levels of violence and crime, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw an increase in violence and abuse against children, forcing many of them into risky child labor and child marriage today. Family problems such as divorce and separation, disputes over child support, have made children vulnerable since they are exposed to abuse, torture, and exploitation. If children struggle to afford one-day meal, how more they fail to afford 3 meals a day at the same time having clothing and shelter. How do we expect their poor families to replace essential household items or put money aside for emergencies? In Kampala and other cities, there are thousands of street-connected children who are working on the streets instead of going to school. Whether living on streets or in refugee camps, no child should be left behind. In climate change, temperatures are predicted to rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius in the next 20 years. What will happen to the quality and quantity of water and food security? This is a terrible situation. What can we do?
Good afternoon once again. My name is Deborah Travin. I'm in Senior 6. Children's rights have been terribly violated, especially during COVID-19 pandemic in our societies and the country at large. Therefore, we as children would call upon all stakeholders to implement the following recommendations. To the government, reinforce laws that protect children's rights by punishing all lawbreakers. Train our parents on parenting. Regulate all private and public school costs and construct more classrooms. Fight corruption in courts of law to ensure fair trial of offended children. Follow up on child protection policies and check on child protection system in place. Enable the people of Uganda to avoid printing and use electronic devices and carriers, instead to reduce use of paper. Lower prices on all basic needs, commodities, and collaborate with civil society organizations to take action. To our dear parents, send both girls and boys to school. Create time to listen to our challenges. Provide the basic necessities to us, like food, shelter, clothes, and teach us how to grow our own food. Be open to learning and embrace new and positive methods of parenting. To the civil society organizations, create more awareness and sensitize community about children's rights. Continue the great work of collaborating with the government to ensure the well-being of all children. To my fellow children, report any form of violence in the community. Respect our parents, elders, and children by assisting them. Use our abilities and skills for the benefit of the community and the country at large. Preserve and promote good cultural practice such as respect and dress decently. Dear media, continue with your work of reporting our cases without intimidation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for the children once again? Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, we have one more child, but that child will speak after the keynote address. We ask for just 10 minutes to have the keynote address by UNICEF on investing in children. And since we want you to continue being our ally, what is the cost of not investing in children? So that when you're on the floor of the House, you can say more money, the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development to do its work. For some of you who have watched so far, you can see we have so many other DPPs, summary, that are coming in future. You have heard them recite the law as if they're in the law school. And you have told us that every child deserves a place called home and a shoulder to lean on. Every child deserves a smile on her or his face. Every child deserves the right to play and grow. They have also reminded us that children are not a blank page. They are not a blank page, just be written on. They know what they want, and you can attest to that. One of them was so proud that she still can wear a uniform instead of a maternity dress. Let's clap for that girl. They are also aware that rights go hand in hand with responsibilities. Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, I have said it before and I want to repeat it here and now. that the worst of the worst forms of child labor is finding a child in the labor ward, not being produced, but producing yet another child. It is terrible to find a child in the labor ward. And to DPP, can we work towards criminalizing early marriage? Right, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, right now there is no law that criminalizes child marriage. So children are being married off. We can only go to defilement and other things, but there is no outright law that criminalizes child marriage. I'm happy that Honorable Margaret Makoha is also listening to this. We need a law on this. Can I now invite Mr. Tawada Chenebiriri, no, I get it wrong, representing the UNICEF country rep, to come and give us a keynote address. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you very much. That's better. Right, Honorable Prime Minister. Deputy Prime Minister, sorry. Thank you. Honorable Minister of State online. I hope she's still connecting. Honorable members of Parliament here present. I see our good friend, the chair of the Parliamentary Forum on Children. Good to see you, Madam Margaret. PS for the Minister of Gender. Senior government officials here present. Fellow development partners here present. We also have members of the private sector amongst us. I think we with some of them mentioned before. Members of the civil society here present, good allies in children's rights. Members of the media here present, good afternoon again. My name is Tawanda Chinembiri. I'm delivering this speech on behalf of the representative of UNICEF, Dr. Mohammed Munir, who could not really be around today because of other competing commitments. He was available last week, but for today, he may come in because he's coming from another commitment. So when he comes in, please feel free to interact with him, whichever way is necessary. I'll start by delivering his speech with a question that he would have loved to deliver himself by asking, what do we mean when we speak about investing in children? What do we mean? I think it's a critical question that, that really anybody who really means well for the rights of children would really want to ask. And I ask this question because UNICEF has been invited here to speak about the benefits of investing in children. And it occurs to me that we usually don't reflect to the meaning of investing. I would like to propose to you that investing in children is more than simply spending. When you talk about investment, people think about money. But this is not the sum total of investing in children. When we spend money, we tend to be transactional. We don't always anticipate long-term gains or returns. We want results, and results now, immediately. By contrast, when we invest in something, we tend to have different expectations from wanting the results now. We often have more time available, and we want to maximize our returns. So for instance, investing in children over time has significant returns for an individual child and the family at large, and ultimately for the society as a whole. The higher the quality of education, the better the investment we make. We use this logic when we think of our own children, when investing in the highest quality of education that we can afford. We know that a better education will provide them with more choices, better opportunities down the road. Conversely, we can think of examples of money that has been spent but not invested. To use the example of education again, there are many other examples. We could talk about children, health, vaccination, and so on. But just to try and bring it again to the example of education. We have spent the past 2 years, sorry, I'll come again. To use the example of education again, we can imagine children completing primary or secondary school, but being functionally illiterate. They can't read or write. They can't open a computer in this age. But we have spent money on that child for 7 years or even 12 or so years. We have spent money, but have we invested in that child? We know that challenges that child will face in future when they eventually get into the economy. They can't engage, they have limited opportunities, they are subject to exploitation and so on, and it goes on and on. They might start engaging in other ill activities that perhaps have to do with the fact that we perhaps spend money, but we did not invest in a child. I highlight these distinctions because we are at a consequential moment. We have spent the past 2 years enduring a global pandemic that, as the UNICEF executive director recently put it, has been the most significant global crisis for children in the past 100 years. The pandemic rolled back virtually every measure of progress for children around the world, anywhere and everywhere. It exposed a lot of work that still needs to be done. It challenged the frontiers of what had been done and caused for a rethink in terms of our approach to how we invest and protect our children. Many of the global inequalities that existed prior to COVID are now even worse than we can ever think, because we have many different children in different spaces having access to different quality of education, quality of health services. This has been made worse due to the COVID pandemic. Many of the gains that were made on behalf of children have been reversed. And I think when you try to look, for example, at things like enrollment, completion rates in the next few years and months, I think we'll totally see a different story. And I'm glad that currently, I think the government is leading the DHS, which will give us a lot of indicators around what has happened. And I really, really fear to see gains that have been made actually being reversed when we get the results, I think, towards the end of the year or early next year. But what we don't know is whether these gains that have been eroded are temporary or long-term. But this will largely depend, in part, on the decisions we make today, tomorrow, this year, and next year for the benefit of our children. From UNICEF perspective, now is the time to consider seriously investments in the lives and well-being of children in Uganda. We are at an inflection point that will decide the trajectory of this country for decades to come, because the decisions we make today have an implication not only on the future of the children of Uganda, but also the future trajectory and development of the country. With the right investments in human capital development, Uganda will be primed to reap a demographic dividend that will allow our children and our children's children to live in a nation characterized by prosperity, choices, and dignity. It is within our ability and capacity to achieve this. And I know Uganda can do it. And I know we've done it, we keep doing it, and we'll do it for the children of this country. In fact, you may all know that Uganda has a very strong track record of making these kinds of investments on behalf of children. To take just one example, back in 2000, Uganda's mortality rate for children under 5 was 152 deaths per 1,000 live births. In other words, more than 15% of all children born in the year 2000 didn't have a 5th birthday. They would not make it to their 5th birthday. And that's really, really sad. That was the situation then. Now the situation has changed and it keeps changing. And according to this is data from 2016, the DHS, under 5 deaths dropped by then by more than half to 64 deaths per 1,000. This is progress. This is commendable. Hopefully, when we get the next results by the end of the year, we'll still be seeing this progress. And by doing that, Uganda will be making huge progress. That achievement happened because of investments in Uganda's health. The government of Uganda, together with its partners, improved water and sanitation, because this is a huge implication in terms of the welfare of children. The quality of health data, because now you know what is happening, when, and what sort of interventions will be necessary to be made and in which areas. The importance of data, which I think in Uganda has really been quite pronounced. And improved maternal and neonatal care, while investing in vaccines and community-based outreach to give more children a healthy start. To take another example, and I think this is quite commendable as well. Back in the 80s, the government of Uganda became a world leader in responding to the HIV and AIDS pandemic through some of the most, and I wish to underline this, forward-thinking public health campaigns that were being developed and rolled out at that time. The campaigns in Uganda saved an untold number of lives at a time when other governments and world leaders were choosing to ignore the problem or claim that we cannot financially afford those interventions to address the issue of HIV and AIDS. As is often the case, sadly, the money that many of these countries ultimately in later years was invested in later years was far greater than the amount they might have spent in those early days on modest prevention and protection programs to keep their people safe. But Uganda managed to do this. We have to generate and maintain the will to invest in our children and communities for longer term benefits. To paraphrase the neuroscientist, Dr. Vivian Ming, if the investment we made on children, on behalf of children, were to accrue interest, similar to the monetary bond, we would find the payouts from such investments exceeding any available interest rates on any bonds anyway. This is quite powerful. And instead of one-time payout, these investments will be felt within our economy every year. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for determination and optimism. The gains that countries around the world achieved on behalf of children did not happen overnight. It takes a lot of focus, it takes a lot of investments, it takes a lot of determination. Many countries took many years and were built on patchwork of large investments and small incremental gains. Things will not happen in a day, things will not happen in a week or so, but it takes time of sustained incremental investments to be able to reap the gains. However, such gains have always required willingness, commitment, and goodwill of a diverse coalition of partners determined to make their countries better. And this includes all of us and all the stakeholders that are here. And I was happy to see children as well, clearly and eloquently, I think, presenting their issues for attention of us as adults, us as development partners, to also look at and support to improve their welfare. In that regard, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to say that UNICEF will continue to value its long-standing partnership with the government of Uganda, but more specifically, more specifically with the Minister of Gender, and extends its deepest appreciation to the organizers of this event and discussion. We understand this is the first in a series, and I think in the coming years, we'll definitely stand by the ministry in ensuring that we have fruitful discussions, we add our voices together, we are inclusive, we see more children participating and putting across the issues. And having this level of representation of the government is really quite commendable. So we really wish to commend the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister also being present. So UNICEF's ultimate mission is to ensure that no boy or girl is left behind in the new world of tomorrow. Together, alongside partners like you, we can make that goal of improving the life of every child in Uganda. I wish to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, UNICEF country representative. Can we clap again for him, for his continued support? And when you clap, he may decide to give even more. Can you clap until he sits? He takes a seat, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister. A few minutes ago, I stumbled into some interesting statements. And somebody was saying strange facts of the science of pregnancy. And he says, contagious pregnancy. Pregnancy spreads within the workplaces. I've been wondering why when we are at the office, once you see one lady pregnant, then you see a lot more are pregnant. They are saying that pregnancy is contagious. Longest pregnancy. The longest pregnancy ever recorded lasted 375 days, near 100 days longer than a normal pregnancy. That's another strange fact. The third one is the heaviest baby. The heaviest human baby was born to Signora Camerina Federi in Avassa, Italy in September 1955. Her son weighed 11 kilograms. Can you imagine producing a baby of 11 kilograms? The other strange thing that happened to us last year is that last year, 2021, 1,052 pregnancies were recorded daily in Uganda amongst children. A total of 31,565 pregnancies were registered monthly, a figure higher than 29,557 recorded monthly in 2020. Sadly, 250 children below the age of 15 got pregnant every month last year. According to findings of a new report, the economics and social burden of teenage pregnancy in Uganda, the cost of inaction. The cost of inaction is a whopping 146.9 billion Uganda shillings, equivalent to 184 million US dollars, teenage pregnancy. If we can't fight teenage pregnancy, what else can we commit to fight? Can we now invite a street child, somebody who is a former street child, to give us a testimony, and thereafter, Right Honorable, I'll request just one thing, to give out certificates to people who have worked with us, then we shall let you go and attend to other businesses. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for bearing with us.
Right Honorable, in our work that we do as a ministry and lower local governments, we work to uplift and particularly withdraw, rehabilitate, and resettle street children. The children you're seeing here are in partnership with KCCA being supported to get off the street as of now. And it was a special request by the chairperson of the Parliamentary Forum for Children, the Honorable Makoha, that they come here and give a testimony at this conference. And therefore, want to offer them this opportunity as duly requested. Thank you so much.
Musibye mutya abanyabo ne bassebo. Amanya gange mpitibwa Nakibule Hasfa. Anaviira Masaka Kijabweni. Nanyina emyaka 17. So sene kisooka ku wano. Lwaki najja ku street? Obuzibu bwali waka. Nali sina school fees ate nga ntunda amenvu. Era nga bw'ogatunda ne gataggwaawo, maama alina okuzzaayo n'otunda amenvu ago paka bwe gaggwaawo. Kati bwe gaggwerawo bwe gati oba ate tosobola genda ku ssomero nga ne bw'ogenda osumagirira mu kiraasi nga nze buli ttaamu nze asemba. Naye nga nze ate nga nali njagala okusoma.
Waliwo ne betuleseeyo eyo balina ebizibu bingi. Baba abamu balina bava waabwe nga bo bazadde baabwe babatuma ebikubwa enjaga, okutumwa mmira. Bingi bye batutuma abazadde ne tubeera nga tetusobola bbeera waka. Nze nganze kyanzijayo nali sobola bbeera waka nga mpulira sibajja ndaba abaana be basoma nze nga sisoma. Obuzibu bwe tusanga ku street. Saawa zino ndi lubuto. Simanyi taata wa mwana. Wabula bembeera nabo be banyamba. Ngenda tuuka okuzaala nga sirina nawe mbeera. Ngenda tuuka okuzaala nga sirinawo embeera. Tugenda ku state council ne batugobera ku gate. Toyina bw'ogenda kufuna ddagala. N'otuuka ku gate omusirikale n'agamba ddayo, mwe muli baana ba street mwagala tubba. Naye nga bambi oboze kufuna ku ddagala omufune ku kintu ky'obeera nakyo. Nze okuva nafuna olubuto luno simanyi oba omwana ali atya oba ndi ntya. Sirinnyangako mu ddwaliro omulundi gwe nasooka okugendayo bansaba 5,000 nga n'ekyokulya ndaga kidaagi 5,000 mba ngenda zijjawa ezisasula omusawo. Obuzibu bw'okubula ebyokulya, omusajja amala kukozesa ofuna ekyokulya ekyo. Tetuyina buyambi. Kubanga ffenna businze nzeka abawala bangi abamu bali mbuto. Abali myaka gyange kuba nze nina emyaka 17. Naye bangi bujje bali eyo bangi abamu bali mbuto abalala baana bato. Tetulina we tusobola kwebaka we tusula mu bavubuka. Tewali wogenda webaka ku dduuka ly'omuntu wano sayidi eno ne bakusangawo n'aggobawo. N'ogenda n'osobola okufuna wali siina wadde ki oba kigamba nti kudda waka nti nzireyo ewaka ne waka tebali bulungi. Nti naddayo nti ewa jjajja n'embeerayo nayo tewali bulungi. Tuyambiddwa tutya? Tubadde tusaba kubanga nawe baba batugyeko sinze nsobola ovaako kuba nga mpulira njagala. Ne waliyo bo bali abalala bo newomuggyako ssaawa zino agenda kukoma olw'ensonga banywa amafuta ag'ennyonyi. Agenda kunywa enjaga. Eyo enjaga bw'ogikozesa ebeera addicted mu mubiri gwo kubanga buli wobeerawo nga toginywa oba owulira olina ky'oyagala ky'obulamu. Amafuta oba toganywedde oba gaba mu mubiri nga gakwatamuye nga buli ssaawa oba oyagala ganywa. Nze kati omusajja yanfunyisa n'olubuto. Yansanga neebase n'ankozesa ne ndoppako ku poliisi. Abapoliisi bagamba abo bantu bammwe. Ssaawa zino ngenda tuuka okuzaala seekebezangako nti oba mulwadde nti oba nalwala simanyi. Ssaawa zino baŋŋambye nyina UTI. Wansi wavaayo ebintu ebikyafu wansiiwa bwe nfuka ne sayiwayo mazzi mbasobola tambula n'enswera kati ssaawa zino nkubadde ndi munda n'ezindi bwe ntuula ewantu ziba ziŋŋendako mu bitundu byange. Banaye maama ne taata nsaba ku buyambi oba banzizaayo ewaka mpulira mboneredde kubanga ensi emmazeewo. Sirina kyakulya, sirina wensula. Bonna batulaba bulabi. Buli bw'otwala obusango gwo ku state council bw'otuukayo baba baagala ssente. N'oluusi obutakukkiriza kuyingira mu ddwaliro. Badde nsaba batutaase tubeeko.
tetulina wakudda ssaawa zino. Bamanyi muli ba mama ne ba taata, batuyambe. Mbadde nze nsaba kuddayo waka kubanga mbadde nayigamu ku by'enviiri. Mbadde nsaba nzireyo ewaka oba basobola okunterawo enviiri n'enjigira ddala naye nga ndi waka kubanga ewaka yeewasinga wonna.
Mbalamusiza Basebu. Erinnya lyange nze Wanduzu Yusufu. Nze nviira Mbaale. Abazadde bange baayawukana ng'erina emyaka 5. Ne nvaayo waka nze buzibu ne bwesanga nsaba kimu ne bajja baba abatunda enjaga n'amafuta siga. Nsaba kimu bantwale nsome ebyemikono nze manye okutungako ekyalaani nnyo nkyabulamu akatono. Nsaba ne bantwale nsome nnyo. Nsome nyongerezeeko bye bansomesa Masoli Weso. Mukama aba.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of those touching testimonies. I also know that the young man here is requesting for a sewing machine because he was trained in one of the ministry programs where we draw them together with KCCA and take them for vocational trainings, but they don't have capital to buy some of these items. So the young man, his immediate request is a sewing machine. I don't know if we can mobilize some. I don't know what's the cost of a sewing machine, but it could go a long way in changing his life. And we are working with the probation officer, KCCA, to resettle the young girl back home. We're already in touch with him, and the program is on to have the girl resorted back. But like they need some vocational skill to start off a new life. And that's where we need more support and help. Thank you so much. At this juncture, we're going into a session where we want to recognize our key partners, those who have supported us. By the way, in a special way, Right Honorable, allow me to recognize the presence of the team from Social Services Uganda, here represented by Josephine. And I know that the Executive Director of Social Services is together with us online. I'd like to thank you so much for the support you've put into this. Josia does a lot to do with children with disabilities, and we work very closely with them in that area. Right Honorable, I take this juncture to request you to hand over the certificates to our key sponsors, and the first certificate will go to UNICEF to be received by the UNICEF representative. Yes. UNICEF team, kindly come over and pick the certificates.
Thank you so much. Before I give the certificates, I think we've had these testimonies. Mwala, so kolindeko ogenda. Muwala wa Masaka agambye asoose n'agamba nti eka yavaayo ng'embeera si nnungi. Si bw'ogambye mukwano ate kati n'ogamba nti oyagala okuddayo awaka. Kati eka waateredde. kubanga luli yavuddeyo nga wakasi walungi ng'ate tali pregnant.
Kubeera ku street kubanga batugobaganya oba weebase osanga babakubye. Saawa zino omusajja kati akwebaka tola nti ndi lubuto naye oli asobola okujja ayagala okwebaka kakuseeza okulya.
Kati wagambye nti eka tewaali walungi, so right now njagadde kutegeera bagenda kukukkirizaayo.
Basobola okunzikiriza ewaka.
So I think according to what she's saying, Minister of Gender, since you got her, you go and handle, make sure that this girl is reunited by the family, and then you make a follow-up of what is happening. You need to give them calls, find out. I think you talk to the parents. I understand she was staying with a step-parent. I think we need to do such things. Secondly, we have children on streets who are picked. They are taken to rehabilitation homes, and again, they run away from those rehabilitation homes back to the street. So it is also a challenge. Minister of Gender, I think we need to work harder to see that we don't allow these children on streets, because for them, they leave their homes thinking that maybe the street is better, but sometimes it is influenced by the peers and like other people, like we said in our speeches. So I think we need to make, we need to try our best to see that these children are not on the streets. Because the more they are on streets, the more we get such problems. And I think before she's taken home, let her be taken to the hospital, be treated, be given all the treatment, even concerning the pregnancy, before she goes back to Masaka. And I think even the boy. Kale. Banange Ministry ya Gender genda kumuhandolinga omwana ono abeere nga ali reunited with her home. Thank you.
UNICEF, Right Honorable UNICEF has been a key sponsor of this event. We'd like to thank them so much. Next is Child's Eye Foundation. Child's Eye Foundation. I know the ED is here. Susan, a joke, please. Yes. There we are. Thank you so much. They also support the dissemination of the new child policy. I'd like to thank you. Next is Compassion International, Uganda. Compassion International. The National Director, Mr. Lenny, is here. Thank you so much. Great job you do with us in the ministry. Recently, we were together training the media on issues to do with children. Doris, thank you for the support. Next is Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, UCRNN. Mr. Demon is here, the ED of UCRNN. Also, they have been a very strong supporter of this conference. I'd like to thank them. But also, there is a lot more we do together with UCRNN through Mr. Demon and the team. We appreciate you. Next is Stanbic Bank. Right Honorable, you noted in your speech that it's good that the private sector is on board. Stanbic Bank is here. Internationally, the private sector is a strong promoter of human rights. We have seen banks, we have seen factories, production houses that will not use raw materials from countries where there is high incidences of child labor. So private sector can play a very big role in promoting children's rights. We would like to thank you, Stanbic Bank, Diana there, and the team. Next is Uganda. No, the next is concern for girl child. Concern for girl child. Please come and receive your certificate for the support you have accorded to this conference, the first of its kind, and you are ready to support. Thank you so much. As Watoto Church prepares to also come, please move closer. Watoto Church, move closer. So there we are, concerned for the girl child. Thank you so much. Cheshire services, please come. Cheshire services, please come close. Josephine, please. That's Watoto. I think Watoto. Okay, Watoto, please. Done great. Thank you for putting a smile to the children. Very good. Watoto can have a group photo with the Right Honorable. That would be good. Mr. PS, please join in. Yes, that makes it complete. Very good. Josephine, are you? Oh yeah, Josephine is here now. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead with the awards. Cheshire Services, there they are. Josephine, Head Advocacy and Communication, is here to receive on behalf of Cheshire Services Uganda. They have supported this conference greatly. But like I said, we also work strongly with them in issues to do with children with disabilities. They're always around the ministry, very working strongly together. The Department of Youth and Children, Assistant Commissioner, please come and receive a certificate. The department fully strong behind this program in arrangement, ensuring that everything is running right and that we bring the discussion to this level. Receiving the certificate is the Assistant Commissioner in charge, Children Affairs, Mr. Toleya Franco. A round of applause for Mr. Toleya and his team. Next is High Agency. High Agency is the agency we worked together in putting this together. Many of you are partners who are contacted by High Agency. My colleague there, Charles Opolot. Thank you. SOS Village, please come. And Girls Connect, the two SOS. And the National Children's Authority, please, the three, please come and get your certificates. That's SOS. A pleasure. Yes, a photo with the children and the Right Honorable and the Permanent Secretary. Very good. I guess we're done. Thank you so much, SOS. National Children Authority, please. Yes. National Children Authority there. Part of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, but authority that is Judge Children Affairs. And lastly, Girl Connect Uganda. Girl Connect Uganda, thank you so much for all the support. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause to all those that have received certificates. I'd like to thank you, Right Honorable. Yes. I hand back the mic to our Director of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, my colleague and brother, Frank Mugabe, for doing a very good job. Join me in thanking the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda for doing us a service, a noble service, and for being with us for those number of hours. Can we stand up and allow her to take leave? Can I request the men on the machines to do the children's anthem, followed by the East African Community Anthem, and the national anthem in that order as she takes leave. We shall remain, but this is just to the East African Community Anthem. National anthem for the Republic of Uganda. Thank you very much. I'll request the PS to accompany our chief guest, the third Deputy Prime Minister for the Republic of Uganda. Can we clap for her as she gets out of this venue? Nobody else should follow apart from the people whose titles I have mentioned. We are going to go into our panel discussion. We are going to go into the panel discussion. And because of the time constraint, I'll try to adjust the time accordingly. Can I request all those people who know that they are supposed to be part of the panel discussion to find your way to the chairs up here? Compassion International, Mr. Lenny Mugisha, the National Director. Cheshire Services, Ms. Josephine Namirimu. Mr. Franco Torrea, Assistant Commissioner in charge of children. For Child Eye, Ms. Susan Ajok, the Country Director. Can I have those people whose names have been mentioned walk to the firing, the hot seat? This is going to be time for accountability. Yes. Access through here. Access through here. You see, today we are suffering with the issue of accessibility. Can I have two powerful men come and adjust these seats so that Namirimu can find her seat near Susan Ajok? Just pull them towards me. Some energy. Put in some energy. Namirimu is a heavyweight, you know, so you have to put some energy to make sure she's comfortable. House, make sure Namirimu is very comfortable, or else you will face disciplinary action. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our first panel discussion, fully constituted. Is there anybody who is supposed to be here who is not here? The office of the IGP, they are very busy with traffic in Kampala, so they have not been able to come. And so the Compassion International and Cheshire, they are going to tell us the mitigating social impact of COVID-19 on children. A lot has been said about the impact of COVID-19 on the children. Issues of not going to school, issues of losing 2 years, issues of 15 million children who were supposed to be at school, not being at school, and a lot of psychosocial issues that require our attention. Can I start with my big brother, Mr. Rennie Mugisha? What has Compassion International been able to do, and what does it promise to continue doing to ensure mitigation of social impact of COVID on the children of Uganda? But also, what is that you have done that we can do differently? Lenny, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think for starters, for the sake of the people that are coming that are meeting us for the first time, it is only fair for me to introduce Compassion a little bit. Again, as you heard, my name is Lenny Mugisha, and I work with a ministry called Compassion International. Compassion is a Christian organization that works currently with 460 local churches to serve a total of 130,000 babies, children, and youth. Our interventions are spread within 4 areas: that's spiritual, physical, emotional, and cognitive, which is really about education. We are working in all parts of Uganda, and currently our newest being Karamoja. Talking about COVID-19 and the challenges, needless to mention that with schools locked for close to 2 years and churches were not accessible for a very long time, domestic violence increased. We had lots of mental health challenges with adults that were living with the children and the children themselves. In the last 2 years, it is sad for us to mention that we had actually 2 young people take their own lives, which is also a statistic that is quite painful. We had over 500, I think 523 girls under age that became pregnant, unfortunately. And so there were so many issues that in many ways limited the progress of babies, children, and youth because of COVID-19. But in terms of mitigating factors, so to begin with, let me mention that for the children and the youth that are conceived during that period of time, there were interventions to do with making sure that they are receiving, antenatal and postnatal care. to just make sure that they are coping with the challenges of being babies or children that are carrying fellow babies. We have also, as you heard from one of the young people that made a presentation here, thankfully with the schools reopened, we have had most of our participants from the programs going back to school. And so we are making sure that they have all that it takes for them to continue their educations and to continue counting their dreams. We also, in many ways, as you know, again, in some parts, for example, Karamoja, we are involved in making sure that the children who are usually sent out into either within their communities to look for food, we are working with the churches to make sure that they get access to food, in which case then they are able to stay in school a lot longer for more hours than ordinarily a child who is not on our program would stay in school. We have had also to work with churches to identify counselors, qualified counselors, to help children and youth to cope with the challenges of COVID-19 and some of the abuses that have been mentioned here. We have also seen, we have also worked with, again, churches to equip and skill children, like the case that we just had here, working with churches to identify girls and boys who cannot be able to continue the formal education to be skilled, to acquire the skills they need for them to again fend for themselves at the right, when the right time comes. We have also worked with churches and again with law enforcement agencies to identify perpetrators of abuse to children and make sure that they face the full force of the law. I think, in short, those are some of the things that we have been doing and we're doing with the churches. And that's again where our invitation is, and we commit to continue supporting the government of Uganda.
Thank you very much, Lenny.
Thank you.
Lenny, could you be kind enough to tell us who did you guess was responsible for the pregnancies of these 523 children that you mentioned?
I think
now that you talk about equipping and skills, I have a problem at hand right now. Will you be able to take on one of the boys? The boy who said he wants a sewing machine from the street, and so I would have found a solution immediately, and I'll report back to the minister and the prime minister that I acted accordingly.
Yeah, we actually had, to begin with, I think overall, the perpetrators of abuse largely, as it was mentioned, I think it has been found through different studies that the perpetrators of abuse are largely the people who stay with the children in their homes. Unfortunately, also teachers, and we have a case that is running of a 14-year-old child who was abused by a headmaster of another school, and that's currently ongoing. So overall, our studies have showed that the same perpetrators of abuse among the children and youth. Regarding the matter of the girl, actually, I was discussing with the colleagues that we are here together. We thought that we could partner actually with the Minister of Gender to see that we can fast track the case of the young lady to make sure that she gets the medical help that she needs before she can be reunited with her family. So that's a partnership we can embark on together. And of course, for us, there are no, I must confess that sometimes the bureaucracy is involved, but for us, I think can be able to fast track this conversation and make sure that this young lady is able to get the medical help she needs, and to make sure also that the child that she is carrying is safe. Regarding the young man, again, as Compassion, we can be able to partner with you quickly to make sure that he completes his skilling program, but also get the tool as the sewing machine to be able to embark on a skill that can help him to fend for himself. I think overall, let me conclude this way. Our call and invitation as a Ministry of Compassion is to advocate for babies, children, and youth that are disadvantaged, whose dreams are not lived out because of the circumstances around them. So whichever way we can be able to partner with the Ministry of Gender and other like-minded organizations, we are committed to continue amplifying the voice of the voiceless, especially the children whose voices are continuously trampled on, to make sure that each and every child in this country is having hope and their dreams are counting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for Lenny? And Franco, make sure you cement as we discuss, cement that and make sure we follow up, make sure that this is done. Thank you very much. Can you now join me in welcoming my daughter, Josephine Namirimu? Tell us, just share has worked with us, and especially to do with children with disabilities. Can you tell us what was your experience and what is your experience of issues that happened during COVID-19, and how have you as an organization been able to mitigate the social impact, and what do you promise to do differently?
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Thank you, Commissioner. IT, the presentation for Cheshire. The IT team. So there are just a few slides. First of all, I want to appreciate the ministry for always providing the platform for child rights actors. So as a mother ministry, I think we really appreciate you. Just a few weeks ago when we were at the NOC, and there was a call that, yeah, the venue for the Children's Day is in Taleja, but not all will make it there. And I'm one of the person who was so happy how fast the ministry moved and at least put this. So it's really, it's a plus for the mother ministry. Thank you. So the topic we are discussing is mitigating the social factors to COVID-19. And I think before that, I'll borrow from my previous presenter. At least I'll give a hint of what Cheshire is doing. So on the, please, can we move to slide number 2? It is a summary of what we do. Yeah, so when we look at the projector, that is the summary of Cheshire. Sometimes we call it CSU because the name Cheshire is so hard for some people. So we refer to ourselves as CSU, and it's a long story, but we put it in summary as you see on the projector. And our vision is an inclusive society where the rights of persons with disabilities are respected and where opportunities exist for them for their full potential. Then we work through 4 mainstream areas, that is education from primary to tertiary, then sustainable livelihoods, then disability rights and policy influencing, and emergency response. Then you see the vision, the values, and etc. Then back to the topic. First of all, I want to inform all the child rights actors in the house that whenever emergencies struck, we have to take note that most of the vulnerable children inclusive become the highest victims. So I think I'll simply read that even at the best of times, children and persons with disabilities face challenges in accessing social services. Yeah, when such emergencies occur, it is the weakest groups. The situation becomes survival for the fittest. Okay, so I recall, just as Commissioner asked, what was most noticeable when the pandemic came in. We work with children, and in Kampala here, we have over 2,500 children with disabilities who are in education system. But when the pandemic struck, some of our children have already the pre-existing health conditions. Yeah, someone has a disability, but on top of that, actually disability is a secondary. It is secondary, but earlier this person had sickle cell, and as a result of sickle cell, she ended up in what? In a wheelchair or on crutches. So when the pandemic came, especially the lockdown on transport. And here our children have to access medication on a regular basis. And it is key to our work. These are our children who are in Katanga, where, and now their most popular transport, taxis, is locked down. And this child is supposed to access medication. They have to report to all those rehabilitation centers. So it was really tricky, but we thank God again. We worked through KCCA, we got stickers, and our vans joined the emergency ambulances to always pick the children. We could pick calls even up to midnight, attacks, but we were there to fetch the children. So, and the other one, I think I'll move to slide number 5. Yes, that is one of, I think, the uniqueness of our work, that the accessible vans, they have a ramp. So with that van, you will not hear issues of commissioner pleading to energetic people to carry heavyweight people with disabilities. It has an inbuilt what? Ramp. And you know what happens when you are in a wheelchair and you are lifted, blah, blah, issues of dignity. So at least there were such kind of services to help ferry the children from wherever they are to the health centers. But also in addition to that, the same vans ferry them from the nearest points of their homes to the schools, and then from schools to back to their homes for those who are unable to stay in boarding school. Then the other response we had was, by then it was called the learning at home. Oh, yes. At the side of health rehabilitation, I think emergency cases were able to support 158, 114 girls and 44 children with disabilities to access emergencies, those who are COVID victims and those who are on regular medication. Then learning at home, we are working so closely with the Ministry of Education, Special Needs Department. And when the ministry rolled out the learning at home materials, as I said earlier, that when situation, hard times kick in, the situation becomes survival for the fittest. So the learning materials were there for every Ugandan. But as it was said earlier, it was a responsibility of each one of us to ensure that these materials reach to every child. And as Cheshire, of course, with support from our funding partners, we're able to do the reprint of the already produced materials into accessible versions. When I talk of accessible versions, it means you get a copy of the printed one like this book, and then you go and braille it so that a blind child can access it. You can provide the audio version so that still the visually impaired can listen to that, increasing the formats and all that. And that support reached to over 2,380 children, 1,921 girls and 459 were boys. So as you can see on the images, some of the children are reading using tablets. Some disabilities like cognitive, these ones we get bored with your texts, but when you give them clips on a tablet, they will be able to pick something. A little time. Yeah. Then we also have the psychosocial and psychosocial support. This is a must-be daily need for everyone. So you already have challenges, but again, COVID comes and takes away all the food. You cannot do anything. So counseling was at par, and we're working together with counselors from Butavika Hospital to move door to door to every client who was in need of the support. As I end, with your permission, Commissioner, this is the call to all the child rights actors. One, I wish again to thank you for not tiring for issues concerning children, but just a reminder that whenever you think of a child, please think of a child in their entirety, okay? Some of the presenters hinted on it earlier. Whether you are Black, short, tall, with disability, you remain a child. So when we see so many child presenters here without anyone in a wheelchair, it really hits me hard. And I think what I need also to say is that we shall only stop this call, inclusion, when each and every board of the actors, development partners, when it sinks in you that during planning processes, we have children in all formats, because we are all children according to the Constitution of Republic of Uganda. As I end, this is a good one, a good quote from the UN Secretary General on COVID. It said that this is the moment to step up for the vulnerable, okay? And it's not only during COVID or post-COVID, but in all interventions and our actions. Let us remember to dissect every area of our intervention. That is when we will be proud of our work. I thank you so much. Oh, Commissioner, I did not introduce myself. I'm Josephine Namirimu, but I was introduced. I'm the Advocacy and Communications for Cheshire Services Uganda. And the particular project here is the Girls Education Challenge, funded by FCDO through the Girls Education Challenge project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Josephine.
And thank you to Watoto for helping me with this. I did not carry mine. Thank you, Watoto.
Thank you very much, Watoto, for giving a helping hand to Josephine. Can we clap for Josephine once again? Just say it loud and clear. All children are vulnerable, but children with disability are more vulnerable than other children. And we call that double jeopardy. And so we need to be sensitive about these issues. Today, we have had a lesson, all of us, including myself, that as you prepare the room where children, where adults are going to be, look at the issue of accessibility. Are they accessible? Will nobody be left behind? That's very important. Thank you once again, Josephine, for kindly accepting to be with us. I want to run very quickly with my colleague, my young brother, Franco Torrea, Assistant Commissioner for Children, resourcing children's rights implementation. The issue of implementation and coordination structures of the National Child Policy 2020 is very important. We want to hear from you about suggested policy proposals and systems strengthening. How do we coordinate? You can see so many players here. Just reading the people who have, supported us. And it's not all. How do we coordinate them? Compassion, Child Eye, Stambik, SOS, UCRNN, Girls Connect Uganda, and so many others. Cheshire, UNICEF, UNFPA. I see so many. The issue of coordination has always eluded us. In 2022, how do we do things differently now that you have a national child policy? Mr. Commissioner, sir.
Thanks so much, my brother Mondo, for that question. The importance of strong coordination mechanism in place cannot be overemphasized. You remember the challenges which are here, which are brought out. We need a strong mechanism so that a strong coordination mechanism in a way that the resources which are either in government or in civil society organization can benefit many children. I want to give a small background to these coordination structures. The coordination structures are actually anchored on a policy, as you said, the National Child Policy 2020. Before that, you remember that we had the OVC policy, the National OVC policy of 2004, the National Orphans and Vulnerable Children policy of 2004. This policy was implemented for 10 years, I think around 2014. That's when Minute of Gender started receiving feedback from partners in relation to the gaps which exist in this policy, including coordination arrangements. So the ministry embarked on reviewing the 2004 OVC policy. Among other things which came out was that we need a policy that is comprehensive enough, not only focusing on orphans and vulnerable children. You will note that that policy of 2004 talks of orphans and vulnerable children, and yet some of the orphans are not as vulnerable as we see. There are some children who have both parents, but they're indeed with all the features of vulnerability in them. So the partners and the ministry embarked on consultations with other key stakeholders, both in the government, local government, civil society to mention. And it was noticed that we need a policy that covers all children in Uganda. You also remember that COVID has shown us that it's not only orphans and vulnerable children or children from well-to-do families which are vulnerable. Some of the things which came out in OVC period for this period of COVID, some of the abuses occurring in high-level homes. So in that line, our National Child Policy 2020 come and develop the National Children Policy that covers all the children. However, the OVC policy of 2004 created coordination structures. We had the National OVC Coordination Committee at the national level. We had district OVC committees at the district level. We had sub-county OVC committees at sub-county level. Remember, in this policy, there were no mention of parasocial workers and lower level coordination structures. Now, as you said, with all these partners in place, we need a very strong coordination mechanism which is not duplicated. Now, the National Child Policy 2020 created a number of coordination structures. At the national level, we have Interministerial Steering Committee for Child Well-being. We no longer call them, we don't call them orphans and vulnerable children, we call them child well-being holistically. So this National Steering Interministerial Committee coordination structure exists. It is made up of all ministries, departments, agencies, development partners, national NGOs, international NGOs are represented in these coordination structures. This is the coordination structure which exists at national level. The same policy has created coordination structures for local governments. As we go to disseminate the National Child Policy, at the same time, actually, we create the coordination structures for sub-districts. The district coordination structures are called District Child Well-being Committees. Their composition, more or less, is like the same of the national level. But for it, the NGOs and development partners which are represented in this coordination structure at the district level are those CSOs, NGOs which are operating in that district. And all heads of department in the district are part of the district child well-being committees. At sub-county level, the policy has now created sub-county child well-being committees. Partners here, I want you to note this. I know why I'm saying that. I was moderator, I was in Omoro. I got very many terms being used for child protection in that district. So I was able to tell them, no, this is not the provision for policy. So the coordination structure at sub-county level is sub-county child well-being committee. The same policy, actually, it's quite unique compared to the OVC policy of 2004 in that it created structures and capacities at parish and village levels. We now have parasocial workers as a matter of policy in the parishes and villages. This brings to me, my brother Mondo, now the issue. We had in the local governments, we used to have district GBV committees, district violence against children committees, child protection committees, and so on. The policy now has collapsed all those structures. We used to call DOVIX, SOVIX, or what. That policy, the new policy 2020 has now collapsed all of those structures which were created. They all fall now under district or sub-county child well-being committees. Now I call upon partners. I know you have created structures. I've seen challenges, especially in refugee response, that you help us to strengthen these structures, both at district and sub-county level. I also request that you don't duplicate functions which are catered for by the district and sub-county child well-being committees. You find yourself, they are saying, for us, is it tough men committees somewhere? So I think, the Chair, what I wanted to say is now we have a strong coordination committee. The structures are the ones I've mentioned. And the policy has given us more in terms of reporting, because if you look at the parasocial workers, they are the first line to get in contact with a child or a family or whatever, and through the parish chiefs to the CDOs, and that's their reporting mechanism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Commissioner, having said all that, we the children are saying there is nothing for us without us. On these committees you are talking about, from national to the parish and maybe the village, are children represented on those committees? Are their voices being heard?
Thanks very much. You know, we developed terms of reference for the formation of these committees. And we tell the districts, this is not a watertight terms of reference. You must bring children, representatives of children to these committees. So it is flexible. What I don't know is whether districts are practicing what we tell them.
Now, can we make it tighter so that districts don't have a choice but have children in there? Because the tendency is for people to think that children don't have ideas, children don't have views. So if you tell them to leave out one NGO or one other person, they would rather sacrifice the child. And there, we the children are going to say, nothing for us without us. Susan is asking, where is the child on this panel? The second panel is going to have a child.
Where is the child on this?
The second panel is going to have a child. So just hold your peace. And so this is something that we need to do as we communicate further to these committees. I know the PS wrote to the different districts telling them to constitute these child well-being committees. I think we need to add a rejoinder to ensure that every district every sub-county, every parish ensures that there is a child representing other children. I wouldn't care if there is a boy and a girl. Or clap if you mean to clap.
Disability.
Yes, yes. Oh, I have made a point. Eh? Thank you very much. Can I now shift and go to panel 3? My good friend Susan Ajok, Country Director, Child's Eye Foundation. What challenges have been faced by children and youth during transition? Transition meaning from COVID era. I don't want to say to know COVID because they are telling us COVID is around and we have to be careful. In terms of safeguarding risks, in terms of preparation for reintegration, in terms of integration of children and youth in communities, in terms of children learning again to live a normal life. Normalization process is a challenge. You know, from not moving to now moving. How are they using this freedom to move? Are they doing the same things as it were during COVID? From your personal experience as Child Eye, and also from the bulk you carried from your previous, again, I remember you were executive director of Spectrum Foundation and you moved on Child Eye. All this time you have worked with children. What are your experiences? Susan Ajok.
Thank you very much, my good friend, and I would want to call you my former boss, since you brought that as well. Just a bit about this organization that I work for. I work for the Child's Eye Foundation, and our interest is keeping families together, essentially by ensuring that children grow and thrive in families and not in institutions, or what we have for a long time called orphanages. Now, coming out of COVID has been a long journey, and I think many children, many parents are on the journey to transitioning. I don't think all of us have recovered from COVID. Forget about the loss, the impact on business and all that. But we are slowly beginning to transition into a new phase of life. Particularly for children, the transition has not been very easy, given that for almost 2 years, for those who are at home, we had actually come to realize that they became comfortable with the new life that they had kind of settled for during lockdown. Freedom to play, freedom to do what you want to do at home, but also adjusting to the new life at that time of 24 hours being watched by your parent. You're not in the typical classroom where you're waking up at 5 o'clock to board your shuttle to go, or waking up to go and eat your daily posho and beans for lunch, but it was different at that time. But once COVID, once the entire economy was reopened, adjusting became very hard for many of the young people and the children particularly. For those who had learned new habits, new lifestyles at home, became hard to transition into the new environment that they had to learn to cope with. It's not been easy for many of the children and the young people to unlearn what they were used to at home. The parents likewise have also been struggling a lot to try and, again, relearn what they had abandoned 2 years ago in terms of economy has opened. I am back as a full-time working person. I have to go and toil 8 to 5 while paying attention to the children. We have also seen that for the young people and children particularly, they've had to struggle with several challenges daily. One of these is, I think we've seen the testimonies here, exposure to so much violence, some of them at home, exposure to a lot that is destructive to your own lifestyle, exposure to alcohol, drugs and all that. But I think a lot of this is now beginning to change, And I can see that many organizations have been swinging into action to try and support this transition. We are also continuing to see that the structures where we have children being taken care of, the schools, the institutions are also making efforts to support the children with transition, but it's not easy. Teachers themselves have also struggled to be able to support this transition. Some of these challenges, I think we should brace ourselves to address for a very long time, particularly the challenges around safeguarding of children. I think for any organization, any partner, any institution that is working or serving children must prioritize safeguarding for children and young people. And when we talk about safeguarding for children and young people, it goes beyond preventing them from sexual abuse. We also must safeguard their emotions. I'm hoping that in a future conference like this, the children and the young people that we bring here to share their stories and testimonies, we will create a safe environment where they can have that conversation. Once we let a young person or a child break down to that level, it's very, very hard to help this young person pick the bits and pieces of themselves to get composed. We hurt their esteem. We hurt so many things. If we sat down with these young people who told us their stories, you will be shocked at what they are feeling right now. We have exposed them. We have taken pictures of them. We have taken videos of them. We are going to write about them. What happened to our ethics? And at this critical time when we make transition, we must pay attention to such silent issues. To us as practitioners, to us as development workers, we think we are doing our work, but we are creating more damage to the children. And I would like to beg, I think with your indulgence, Commissioner, it's unfortunate the minister is not here. I think we need to go back to our ethics as practitioners, as government, as policymakers. When we engage with children, we do not do these things. I was very, very hurt. I was almost crying myself. This has got to stop. I promise, Commissioner, through you, I think I want to take on the ministry on this. If partners are struggling with how to help children to transition during such a time, I think we should hold hands and support partners to help young people make the transition. A young girl like that is transitioning, but her journey is very long. Somebody has to take charge of that. We can all play our roles. I want to talk about one thing which we have learned from our work, and it's about addressing mental well-being during transition. We all face different challenges when we transition from a new job to another, from a new boss to another, from having a job to no job. But with the young people, I think as we're talking about transitioning for them, addressing mental well-being becomes a challenge. I am a child, probably 12. I have had my issues at home, and I come to the school. I expect that probably the school should make life more bearable for me. Likewise, when I come back home, I expect that my caregivers, my parents, either my foster parent or whoever is in charge of my life at home, should pay attention to what I am thinking about, to pay attention to my own mental well-being. And I think handling mental well-being also should start from us. So for us, we've learned that that should be a very important component of transitioning. Yeah, I'll stop there for now.
When ED, you clap that way. What about it was me, a peasant farmer? Thank you. Thank you. That's much better. Now, I want to turn to you, Rennie, with your parting shots. You have heard it all. We have talked about coordination. And coordination, we are saying we need to invest more. We need to ensure proper coordination. You have heard about safeguarding. You have heard about putting the children with disabilities on top of our agenda and being sensitive to everything that we do when it comes to a child with a disability. And in, the type of Benzes they drive, or the houses they sleep in, or the type of hotels in which they dine. Civilization of societies should be judged by the level of investment by society into the most vulnerable beings of society, and especially the children, young people, and the women. We need to ask ourselves, how much are we investing in the vulnerable people? The people with disability, the young people, the elderly, and the women. Rennie, take it from there. What are your parting shots in 1 minute or 1 second, if you can?
1 second is going to be too hard. But number one, I wanted to mention that as Compassion, as we work with the churches, we ensure that the voices of the children and youth are on board. We work with what we call the church partner committees, and children and youth are represented in those conversations. When we are designing our programs, we seek to listen and hear what our participants are saying. And we're talking about 130,000 children again and youth on our program. So we are so intentional about that. So my final comment here is an invitation for each one of us. You know, it's so easy for us to sit here and we are discussing matters of the children, but in actual sense, it all comes back to what you can do individually, what you can do to change the circumstances, the way children and youth are viewed within the communities, within the places where we work or where we live, to ensure that each and every child feels a sense of being known. I think the young people talked about being listened to, being invited into budgeting conversations, being invited into planning conversations. One of the ways for us to do that is really a compelling conviction that every child should have a sense of feeling that they are known. They are known in the communities where they live, in the schools where they go, in the families where they live. They must feel a sense of being known. They must feel a sense of being loved. We feel that is our priority, is our part of our primary agenda to make sure that every child feels a sense of being known. They are so different. Children aren't the same. As my sisters mentioned here, there are children that are living with mental health challenges. There are children that are living with disability, with special needs. There are children that are living with, there are children that are heading homes. We need to understand and to know every child from the sense of the circumstances within which they live, but also what goes on inside each one of them. And finally, we need to make sure that they are protected. There is no way we can ensure that these children become the pillars of this country tomorrow if we are not protecting them today and ensuring that each one of their dreams is counting. So that's the appeal that I have for each and every Ugandan. I think it will take, true to the African saying, it takes a whole village. In this case, I think with the COVID-19, I would dare say it is going to take the whole country, the whole nation, to stand together to make sure that each and every child is known, loved, and protected. God bless you.
Known, loved, and protected. Now, on the knowing, you just say, Gwe. You bother to know the names of the children you look after? Or you say, just service to these vulnerable people. I'm just helping them. I think we need to move away from that. You know, the sweetest sound in a person's ears is the sound of a person's name. If you learn that, then you learn, make sure you know the names of people. I made a mistake in referring to somebody by a wrong name today, and that person is not going to forgive me, but I apologize, and I'll apologize to him. I mixed up my papers, and he knows himself. And so remember, the sweetest sound in a person's ears is the sound of that person's name. Now, Josephine, parting shots.
Thank you so much, moderator. There are two emphases I want to make or the call. One is about collaboration. Yeah, we are just like by the logos here, so many child rights actors in the house, but each one has their own expertise, isn't it? So we cannot be good 360 degrees. I'm good in safeguarding, I'm good in this. So when you find Cheshire is so good in disability, Child's Eye is so good maybe in safeguarding, what makes it so perfect is for us to come together. So I want to conclude by inviting all actors. If you have some campaigns you want to run, if you have some interventions you want to run, it does not harm to get a partner on board to bring in that lens, okay? So it also goes to the ministry, our mother ministry. You have a pool of partners with different expertise. Even in events like this, you can call on people to check different areas. Accessibility, Cheshire can come and check. Is it access? So at the end of the day, we have the best, okay? When we are preparing for such national presentations, each partner has their own expertise. Josephine, I'm an expert in human rights, okay? So we can borrow from every direction, and at the end of the day, we are there. Let's work together. It cannot be done in a day, but when we start now, we will be there. I want to again appreciate the ministry for this opportunity, for this platform, and thank you so much, Child Rights actors, for sparing time to be here.
If you want to clap, clap. Don't pretend to clap. Thank you, Josephine. The issue of referral pathways. Do we know the competencies of each other? If you have a child with disability, do you know the telephone contact of Josephine to help you? If it's issue of human rights, do you know the contact of Josephine to step in? And the issue that Zig Ziglar said, that your network is your net worth. Your network is your net worth. Cherish your networks. And somebody else said that if you want to move very fast, move alone. But if you want to go far, move together. Now, Franco, your parting shots. Is your mic on?
I want to appreciate all partners who are here and without. That the partners have really, in the last 2 years when our national child policy came into force, helped us very greatly to disseminate the policy and establish these coordination structures at lower local government level. A national policy is a national policy. It's for both state and non-state actors, as one of our guests said. Within the period when we shall be reviewing this policy and tracking impact, I'm sure we'll have something to report about at the end of maybe 5 years of the implementing the policy. We have its implementation framework there. Two, I want to say that we are, as a ministry, committed to strong partnerships. And the Department of Youth and Children Affairs in particular is so much open to US organizations as individuals, and also attending our coordination structures, coordination meetings. Whenever we call upon you like this, you usually come with open hands. Finally, I can see that I don't know whether I should say something about what happened here. I reserved my comments to that effect, because for us, when the Prime Minister has directed, it is a directive. So we shall handle the rest of the things at the back door, not really.
Thank you very much. From commitment to action.
Yeah.
We are not only committed, but we are moving into action. And you see, we are opening a new chapter. starting from today in our area of collaboration and cooperation. And so come to us, we shall also come to you. We shall find out where everybody of you does your business from. Child Eye, we shall visit. Compassion International, I'm there next week. Cheshire, I'll be there. Now, a joke. Can you give us a joke as we conclude? As part of your parting.
Thank you very much, moderator. I am not going to give a joke. What I am going to be talking about is serious business. I think we have had a wonderful conversation today, and my parting words will focus on two areas. Number one, the children that we work for, the children that we serve, the children that we take on are on a different path in their life journey. And even as we try to work with them, to serve with them, let's pay attention to the context of their lives. What Mondo must be going through in his village in Kamuli would be different from in Jinja, in Jinja, okay, in Busoga. Is very, very different from what a joke will be going through in Lira. Mr. Tolea might have grown up in Kololo, and we think he is enjoying life inside there. In Terego. And somebody else might be going through something else. So as we serve these children, let's understand the context of their lives. Last but not least, in whatever we do, whether we are practitioners, whether we are policymakers, whether we are parents, we are caregivers, the best interest of the child is what we should be paying attention. Whatever it is we do, let's have the best interest of the child. We might think we know it all. I'm looking forward to engaging with more children. The more I interact with children, the more we learn a lot about what needs to be done for them. Yeah, so those would be my parting words, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Susan. Best interest of a child. All children are vulnerable, but others are more vulnerable than others. Commitment to action. The child heterogeneity is important. They are not homogeneous. They are not homogeneous, much as they are all vulnerable. There are those who grew up on chips and chicken, and there are some of us who grew up on cassava and beans. But we are all children. At the end of the day, we are all people, and power belongs to the people. That is Article 1 of the Constitution, including the children. Power belongs to them. Let's involve them. Let's talk to them. Let's listen to them. Let their voices matter. Thank you very much. Clap for this first panel. And as they leave stage, can I have somebody to help me with my daughter descending down? No, you'll ask after the second panel. I know no longer you have a very, very good memory. Just put it down and let me invite the second panel. Second panel, you have exactly 20 minutes within which to execute your business. And can I invite Damon, Peter, Wamara, Kamese, Idi, UCRNN to come? Can I invite Honorable Margaret Makoha, Member of Parliament and Chairperson, Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children? Can I invite the representative of the DPP, Madam Samari Wakoli, to come? So I will have Frank stand in for Samari to execute the duties of the DPP, if you think you can fit in those shoes. All right. I've lost one person who had to leave because of other equally important duties. and therefore my session will take shorter than anticipated. But of course, we have a politician on the panel. With them, normally they talk for a long time. But I know, what I know about her is that she's a woman of few words, and she's going to execute her duties in a few minutes. Can I therefore start with my young brother, Damon Peter Wamara Kamese, on issues of working with other institutions, executing duties of oversight. You know, for Parliament, it is lawmaking, budgeting, and also allocating money. But when it comes to oversight, the civil society also plays a role. You are a pressure group of sorts to ensure that we do what sometimes we are not doing. But also you come in handy to augment what government can do. So tell us, so many years in service. One time ago, I met you, you were working with burning places. Now you are the hem of the NGOs, UCRNN, Uganda Child Rights NGO Network. Tell us, how have you walked this journey? And what have been the roadblocks, the hurdles along the way in executing what you so badly want to execute?
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for this opportunity. And it's good to sit at the panel with Honorable, the chairperson of UPFC. Uganda Child Rights NGO Network. Well, I'll leave the things for the generals to the generals, and I'll stick to what I am called to really do. Yes. As Uganda Child Rights NGO Network, first of all, understanding the genesis of UCRNN. UCRNN was started as a result of the CSOs coming together to play the key role that you have just mentioned, where the government writes and responds to the UNCRC and to the African Charter on the rights and welfare, how far they have progressed in implementation of the two charters, the UNCRC and the SCRWC. And the CSOs then come in to give the other opinion or the complementary opinion on what government has been able to do, and also see and identify what are the possible gaps, hence enabling us to carry out the role of also contributing to the monitoring and, like you have earlier on said, give feedback to government and try and see and ensure that children's rights are fully utilized. And so as a member organization having over 200 organizations, majority of them are already here and are mentioned and have been part of the panel. They have already spoken about what they're doing. And as they speak about what they're doing, in essence, they're also speaking about what UCRNN is doing, even at country level, at national level, at district level, and right to the grassroots level. We have our member organizations that reach right to the grassroots level. When it comes to working with the monitoring or the looking at the issues surrounding the institutions that carry out the responsibility of following up and ensuring that government carries out its responsibility fully, I think one of the key things that we realize is that the first ministry we work with, the first thing we realize is that as civil society, it is not our job. The job is for the government, and it is constitutionally embedded that it is the government that is supposed to do it, and they have created ministries that are to handle all the work that is to be done. And so for us, it is about working with already existing mandated people like Ministry of Gender, like Parliament, and Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, particularly the Department for Youth and Children, and also the Department for Labor, because there are issues of child labor that also need to be addressed. Then you also have the Parliament, and under Parliament, we have a strong working relationship with the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children, and also the Committee of Gender and Social Development, and other forums and groups of members of Parliament who are interested in the issues of children, Ministry of Justice when it comes to the issues of ensuring that the laws of children are not compromised and are balanced and that are well captured. And as earlier on mentioned, some of the key issues that you mentioned, like criminalizing child marriage or defilement that has been beautified into child marriage, working with Uganda Law Reform Commission, Uganda Human Rights Commission. All these are mandated to carry out their own mandate, equal opportunities, both the committee at Parliament, but also the commission itself. All these are mandated to monitor government's implementation of programs set out, whether it is under the national action plans, the national development plans, or whatever policy has been made to ensure that there's inclusion and everything. As civil society, we do play the keen eye on saying, okay, we know what is happening on ground. This is what needs to happen. So ours is more of adding the voice and giving more clarity on what is actually on ground. When it comes to what are the gains that we have had as a civil society under this, together with the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children, there have been 2 laws and led by children, right from inheritance from the children. The Children's Act as amended in 2016, that was led by the children. The prevention and prohibition of human sacrifice, this was also done by the children, and also working with the Ministry of Gender. There have been the children also participated in the National Child Participation Strategy, and all these guidelines and all these were led by the children. For us, our gain has been the opportunity to give children to be creators and innovators of what is about them. So they are the ones who create policy for themselves, and they're the ones, then the MPs facilitate that policy to ensure that it comes into action. What are some of the challenges? The challenge we have had are quite many. One, there's definitely shrinking space, both amongst us as civil society, but even by government. There is definitely shrinking space, where, especially when it comes to have the conversations on access to rights. There is also the issue of funding. The need is big. The demands are big. I mean, you have already mentioned the number of cases of teenage pregnancy. We have to talk about the cases of access to justice. We have to talk about the cases of family breakups, where there's family separation. To mention but a few, there are so many issues, but yet the financing is little. And for us, that has been a bigger issue, even when we are monitoring the budget and seeing how much is being given to the children. We are not seeing deliberate increase as to the amount of issues that Ministry of Gender has to deal with. The budget is still wanting. We still are not seeing enough financing coming to the Ministry of Gender for it to carry out its full mandate. This one here, I'm stepping on a slippery ground, but I'll also see it. I also somehow see like the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development already in a sentence. It is overloaded. And my worry is that continuously issues of children continuously slip through. Probably it is time for us to rethink and say, now that 56%, the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister mentioned that 56% are youth, are children, are below the age of 18. Why don't they have a ministry also? Why can't there be a full-time ministry that can engage on these issues of children and are monitored at a single level? Many countries have carried this out, and we have seen that the issues of children are better addressed in those countries where such committees are held, where such ministries are in position.
Thank you very much. Independent ministry, yes, we can debate that. Perhaps it's not the ministry, perhaps it is the resources, that we need much more resources, looking at the work and the things that we have to do, but also there are also other issues that I think we need to look at. What Honorable Makoha will ask me when I go to Parliament to defend the budget, she will say, can we know also the off budget? How much are you getting from a civil society organization? And there you open a can of worms when you talk to civil society organizations to tell you how much they are bringing in. They will say, we shall bring in some money, but for now, we don't know how much. But again, these people want me to put on table in the interest of transparency to know how much I'm getting from elsewhere. And so as we look at these things, when you come back, You also talk about the issues of transparency among the civil society. Again, I know I'm trading on slippery grounds, but I was taught when I was young to always say it the way I see it. Now, Honorable Makoha Margaret, our mom, and chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children, you've had it. Our problem is not that we don't have men and women who can work and turn around things. We have the professional competence to do the job. Our problem is from appropriation, which is part of our responsibility as members of parliament to appropriate the requisite resources to enable us work, to enable us see that there are no children in the streets, to enable us that children are not getting pregnant on the roads, to enable us see that the roads are clean. And because roads don't produce children, children are produced by us. So in your oversight, your lawmaking, and your appropriation, what in your view, do you think we have excelled in, and what have been the hiccups in this area the time you have spent in Parliament? Honorable.
I want to thank you. I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Moderator, to say good afternoon, everyone. Makoha Margaret is my name, woman member of Parliament, Namayingo District. I'm also the chairperson, Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children in the 11th Parliament. I'm not ashamed to introduce here my mentors and people who helped me, and that is none other than Compassion International Uganda. I'm proud of you. I come from a humble background, deep down there in the village of Namayingo. When I was in P4 in 1990, when I had nobody to help me, Compassion came. And up to university, I'm proud of Compassion. I am here because of the grace of God, but through Compassion. To begin with,
Compassion,
I want to
can you stand up for recognition? Compassion, stand up for recognition. You have made a honorable member of Parliament. Thank you very much. We want more of the likes, and there are more there. Thank you so much.
To begin with, I want to appreciate the Ministry of Gender for this engagement. And also, I want to applaud and appreciate all NGOs for coming in, for stepping up, for helping the government to catch up with a few things. I want to appreciate you sincerely for the job you are doing. You may not know the impact you are creating, but you are raising someone. Please don't give up. Keep on, and one day you will see the results of your sweat. Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children is a labor group, an advocacy group. Members of Parliament, we are mandated to serve on 2 committees, but this forum is not an official committee of Parliament, but we come together with different interests. Now, for me, I chair a group of members of Parliament who have an interest in matters concerning children. It was initiated in the 7th Parliament, and up to now, it's still moving, very vibrant, and we are working hand in hand with the Ministry of Gender and equally with you partners. We want to appreciate you for that good partnership. Now, as you know, members of Parliament, we come from all different backgrounds. We are elected as long as you have senior 6 or equivalent, you qualify to even be a president of this country. So we come from different backgrounds and we have different roles. Among them is legislation. We make laws. We also do appropriation. We represent our people from wherever we come from. And also we do oversight. So now when we talk of making laws, like I've told you, we come from different backgrounds. You can be a farmer, but when you went to senior 6, you can as well contest. Me speaking to you, I'm a teacher by profession. And now when we come here, we need to get information. We need people who can identify the gaps in the different laws. And who are those people who have the data, who can go to the ground and do the research, who can identify the gaps in different laws? It is the CSOs and other stakeholders. So our duty is to come up with the legislation. And we have many of them that are there. But my challenge with the legislation, with the challenge we have with the laws and the policies we come up with as members of parliament, majorly is implementation. And at times, some of these laws which we come up with, they are not being popularized. We may be having many policies, but how many of them have been popularized? So I think somewhere, somehow, we have a gap. Very good laws, but they are not known. So we've been talking of many policies that have come up, that they are there, many strategies. Are they known to the people? Are they known to the different stakeholders? It is very true. We also do the appropriation. The little money that comes, we all know that our sources of income as a country, we get from the revenues, but how many collect? How many bring in pay the taxes? So at times, doing appropriation also depends on what is there and also the competing priorities. Specifically with issues of children, as we may be giving in money, but in big sectors like education, we pay UPs there, we put their money, Ministry of Health, we put their money for all those immunizations and everything. Omnibus. So we want to call upon you people, the NGO network, the different actors. You are good at looking at this budget. Now, just of recent, we passed a budget and it's there. But a member of parliament may not have that time and skill to analyze, to do that budget analysis, to scan everything. So when you come in and you scan and then you say, here there is a gap, here little man has been put there. We also put pressure when you're on the floor of parliament, when we are now doing appropriation in the different committees, we put pressure to see that at least money can be put there specifically for the issues of children. But when the resources are limited, it becomes a big challenge. The heart may be willing to put their money, but when the envelope is small, that is where we get it, we get a big challenge. So I want to say that we as members of parliament, we are trying our duty. And as a forum, we are trying so hard to make sure that issues that concern children, where there are gaps, we fix them. So I want to call upon you to be directed, to come and show us, to give us the information, to give us the data, to share with us, so that at least we can be in position to say there is a gap here, bring us on board, we find a solution. If it requires going on the floor of parliament, as a forum, we are available to make sure we push issues that concern children. We may not be pushing simply because we do not have the data of which we must go on the floor of parliament with the empirical evidence, with the substantial evidence, with the data. So please, I call upon you. And also we still have, even though we have many laws and guidelines, I also want to mention that we still have gaps of implementing some of these good things. Now, for instance, like when we talk of the National Council, National Children's Authority, as I speak now, Ministry of Gender, you've not, I doubt whether it is being operation, because if they do not have a board that can help them run. So we still have gaps of which as a ministry, you have to come in. What is missing for the National Children's Authority to have a board in place to be operationalized so that at least they can move around the country, they can be empowered to move across the country and put things right. So we still have those gaps. And also, like I said, the laws are there, but the implementation is still lacking. We need to bring on board different actors. We still have a lot of corruption when it comes to the implementers of some of these policies. But as government, we need to come up and stamp our feet down and say enough is enough. If we are to cover up some of these challenges the children are going through, we need to make sure that some of these challenges are also cleared on the way, because we have many children who can be defiled, who can, when they go to report, you all know the system and the bureaucracy that the children go through, to the extent of some of the parents giving up and saying, I've tried, I can end here. So it is our duty to make sure that the people who are there to implement, they do the implementation of some of these policies, some of these laws which we put in place. If not, then we shall be still singing a song year in and year out. If we do not step up on implementation, we shall still be having a big challenge. So I want, in a nutshell, to say, as UPFC, as Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children, our door is wide open. Can you come on board? Can you inform us? Can you share with us the data? Can you let us know where there is a gap so that we can come on the floor of Parliament and fix? Behind me, I have a group of over 100 members of Parliament. We are a big force that can front issues of children, but we shall not front if you've not shared with us the information. If you work alone, if you do not see us, how shall we front these great ideas? We are available together. Let's make children to be number one for God and man.
Thank you very much. Children first. Very passionate. Policies sometimes not known. We have about 60 ethnic tribes in this country. High percentages of illiteracy. You come up with a law, you come up with a policy in English. It's like giving them Gujarati trade. But even those who know how to read, they don't read. And somebody abused us and we laughed. Somebody said, if you want to hide something from an African, put it in writing. We only laughed. But that was an insult. Can we do better in terms of our culture to read? But very importantly, she raises a fundamental issue. There is a new budget. How many of us have read the budget and know what has been allocated to children? Under your own, leadership and your own NGOs, how many of you have sat with your members, your staff, to look at the budget speech and say, look here, this is peanuts for the children. This is peanuts for the social sector. So you can say the minister is underfunded, but when they tell you to defend your statement, can you vehemently show the evidence of the underfunding? Many of us, the budget will go and we end the financial year, we don't know what the budget is talking about. And people normally laugh at us, Honorable, when we talk about unfunded priorities. You will, in this meeting, try to rescue me to talk about why unfunded priorities. If they are priorities, why can't you fund them? Why can't you fund them? Of course, you tell me about the resource envelope, but if we are saying children first, can we ensure that children come first? Now, parting shots. We don't have time left. Can I, Damon, listen to you? Parting shots in 5 seconds.
Those are already over. Commissioner, just to let you know, as a civil society, we are already beginning on the budget analysis, and we are hoping that in the next 1 or 2 months, we will be engaging on seeing the budget, because also at the angle of, like you earlier on said, we want to be also able to monitor and see exactly at the end. There's one thing of allocating, then there's the realization. We want to follow through right from the beginning. And as a civil society, we have been we are part of the process in the making of the budget, and we want to continue to monitor it. And hopefully we can even empower our organizations, our member organizations at the district level, because we know that the budgeting doesn't start from national, it starts from the grassroots. So we are hoping to follow.
What is this they do when somebody has died? They take the body to hospital to find out the cause of the death. What is that called?
Autopsy.
Yeah? Postmortem. So you want to do a postmortem on the budget because it was already passed.
Yeah, no,
how is it going to help us?
We have, like I said, we have been part of the process before. And there's when you're trying to lobby and see funds going there. And then there's what is actually allowed and allocated. We are going to look at that. After we've looked at what is there, we're going to continue to monitor and see and work with also the different governments and the different forces to see how much has been realized, so that even our advocacy, when we're going for the next budgeting, it is a continuous monitoring process. I'm saying monitoring with a lot of
hesitation.
Yes.
So should Franco expect some supplementary budget from Honorable Makoha after you have convinced her?
After we have convinced her together with the ministry.
Thank you very much.
But also just to mention in terms of transparency, and I just want to make it very clear, as civil society, and I know I speak on behalf of many civil society, we are open in being transparent on how we do our work, and we are always working alongside Ministry of Gender. But like we have said, that many of our programs are short-lived programs. They are projects for a short time. It is not really sustainable to continuously think that civil society is going to be the answer for the children's issues all the time. We also would want to see the government fully take charge and put money where it is thinking. It says children are priority, children are loved, children everything. We want to see that all the parenting guidelines are transferred. All the national child policy is, the child well-being committees, everything needs to be actualized. The policies that were put in place. We've just launched the national children, the ending teenage pregnancy and child marriage strategy. We want to see the funds going there. We want to see the efforts completely led by government, and then as civil society, we come to work alongside you. And finally, just to say that we are here. I was talking with some people who are saying that we have talked and talked about children's issues over 30 years, but we're not seeing change. I told them, I'm going to talk and talk and talk until I see change. I'm not going to get tired of talking, because somebody has to continue talking. And I'm volunteering to do that. And UCRNN is volunteering to do that talking.
Thank you. You can equally tell them that Jesus went over 2,000 years ago. Is everybody saved? The preachers of the Bible still continue every Sunday, every Saturday, and every day to preach the gospel according to Jesus. So don't give up, and I'll join you in this crusade. Mama, your parting remarks.
I want to still appreciate you and inform you that as UPFC, we are finalizing our legislative agenda in relation to children, and we call upon you. You may be specialized in a different or unique activity. And so when you see that there is a gap and you can come in and work together to push that agenda, please, the invitation is open. Let's work together so that we can make sure that we bridge the gap of some of the wide gaps that are there and that are making our children still suffer. And also I want to request the Ministry of Gender that as you do the budgeting, don't put the money for making sure that you popularize some of these guidelines and policies to be on the unfunded priorities. It is you, the ministry, that put some of these key things which affect the children to be unfunded priority. You give priority to other bigger things and you leave some of these salient issues. I want to call upon you that let's put on the front line the issue of making sure that what the members of parliament have come up with, you make it known to the rest of the people, or else we shall have good policies, good laws, but shelved. So when they are shelved, they will not be of help to any person. Let's make sure CSOs, NGOs, let's come on board, pick on some of them. You can even invite us to accompany you in different regions to talk to our people. We are available. Let's make sure that most of these policies get to be known to the people. And as members of parliament, we come from all regions and from all districts. So even if you wanted to popularize something in Lugbara, we have those people from there. In Samia, we have experts from there. Put us on board. Let's make sure that what we put in place is known to the people, and there we shall get going.
Thank you very much. Honorable, let's work together and make the difference that we want to make. Now, can I request Stanbic Bank, just come forward and make a statement in 3 minutes as part of the private sector engagement. The Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister told us we must engage the private sector more and more and more, because that's where the money is. And you know, when you hear Stanbic, you know you are talking about money. And I want to thank you, Stanbic, for having worked with us. We also appreciate your corporate social responsibility. You have been there. I've heard you loud and clear. Take your seat up there and make a statement. And you send our regards to your MD, Anna. I think she's Anna something. Anna Joko. Yes, you send our regards. But let's hear from the private sector in a few minutes. Karibu.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Honorable Makoha, all protocol observed. My name is Diana Ondoga. I am the Manager Corporate Social Investment at Stanbic Bank, and I bring warm greetings from our CE, Anjuko, who was not able to join us today. Children's rights were at highest risk during the 2 years of school shutdown. The Stanbic National Schools Championship, it is really an entrepreneurship challenge, helped keep students busy, learning life skills that gave them the confidence to resist temptations that often put them in harm's way. This motivated the bank to invest more in our National Schools Championship. Speaker after speaker has spoken about the child abuse that happened during the lockdown. And if I may cite some headlines that came to our site during the lockdown, there was one where the ICT Minister, Judith Nabakova, was quoted as saying Uganda had registered more than 21,000 cases of child abuse during the 5 months the country was in the lockdown. Also, there were reports of rape and sexual violence, which increased among women and girls in Uganda during that lockdown, while uptake of post-exposure prophylaxis decreased. These were outcomes according to the 11th International AIDS Society Conference on HIV Science. An additional aspect was increased child abuse in Uganda amidst the COVID pandemic, and this was quoted from a research by the Royal Australian College of Physicians. Now, we have said before that our National Schools Championship kept the children busy. For the Christians, we know the Bible verse, an idle mind is the devil's workshop. We continued with the National Schools Championship even during the lockdown, and we saw that it kept the children in school. Recently, we were in Lira at Children of the Nation Morani Honors High School, and the students there have developed an interesting concept. Realizing that many of their schoolmates did not come back to school because they got pregnant, because of a dilemma of sex for pads exchange, the girls have come up with a brilliant product called Nika pads to make these affordable for the students. So we are supporting them to develop this product and put it on the market. So for the National Schools Championship, there are many skilling areas that exist. Financial education, we know that an empowered child, an empowered family is able to make certain decisions. Also, there's training on business and entrepreneurship. We know our story as a country when it comes to employment. Year on year, we're putting out graduates, but the supply of jobs does not match. So through National Schools Championship, we train the children to identify the needs in their community and turn it into a value add where they can earn money from it. We also teach the children life skills. We boost their personal awareness, boosting their self-esteem in the process, which helps them be firm and assertive. Something else we provide is psychosocial support. The increase of mental health issues in the country is something we're all aware of. And for children, many of them do not even have the opportunity to speak out. So as part of this program, we have psychosocial support for the students. When we go to their schools and when they're at the boot camp, we have a counselor that they can check in with and share what's happening in their lives. There are different categories under the National Schools Championship. We have the startup, where we have children presenting ideas for the first time. We have BizGrow for schools where the business is continuing. We also have the AlumGrow, which targets the students after they have left the secondary section and are in university or tertiary. Then we have the TeachGrow, and the TeachGrow exists because we are aware that to support the children, we need to empower the teachers for sustainability of the national schools and the outcome of the skilling. Lastly, we have the Community Grow, which targets community-led enterprises. So what impact has the National Schools Championship had over the past 7 years? There's been an investment of over 4 billion shillings. We've installed solar systems in 5 schools, powering over 15 structures to a value of 100 million. We've also installed water systems with a value of 50 million shillings. We have provided scholastic materials to 10 schools with a value of 45 million shillings. We have worked with over 180 secondary schools. This year alone, there were 125 from each region. Also, over the 7 years, we've had 420,000 students skilled in the National Schools Championship thematic areas. Over 200 business ideas have been generated. Something that we do is we do not leave the businesses at ideation stage. We select finalists and we give them seed capital of 500,000. And ladies and gentlemen, it's amazing what 500,000 can do if utilized well, because we've seen what the students are doing and how it's transforming their lives and the lives of their teachers. So what is happening now? We're in our 7th year, working with 100 schools. We just completed a business appraisal where we traversed the country from Bombo to Jinja and Fort Portal and Hoima. We went to see what the children are doing with the seed capital that we provided to them. What is our call to action? The question at hand is, how does the private sector support the promotion of children's rights? 1, partnerships add value. Speaker after speaker has talked about this. When we partner, we scale and we have real impact. So we are calling upon you to work with us in reaching more students. When we talk about the National Schools Championship to people who have heard about it for the first time, they always challenge us. I'm hearing about this for the first time. This school is not participating. We do it on an opt-in basis. So we send out a call in the Q1 of the year. So look out for these so that you can encourage the students in your communities to sign up. Also, beautiful ideas require investment. So we invite you to invest in the ideas that the students are coming up with. Then parents should be part of their children's entrepreneurial journeys. I'll cite 2 examples. We were chatting with a student in one of the schools, and it's a boy who is passionate about debating. And he said to us, I love debating, but my dad doesn't want me participating. But because I love it, I will do it, and he will see me on television. That's just one example. Then we went to another business, and interestingly, this child's parent took time off work to come and be present as we reviewed their business. Friends, that is the kind of support that we must give our children. The other aspect is government policies to allow student or youth-led ideas to thrive. And when we talk about policies, this has also come up in many discussions. It's really about execution. We have the policies, but we must execute at the micro level where these children are. Also, inclusive processes to capture the voices of the young people. One of the speakers said, we must involve them. It matters what they think. Gone are the days when, as a child, a decision was made for you. The children now are asking us why. When you say something and they ask you why, your response can never be, because I said so. It needs to make sense to them. So we need to set up forums where they can tell us what they are doing. Something that we are doing as a bank is setting up a youth advisory board where we'll put up a team that will be skilled, but will also tell us, hey, look here, that idea is a cake, it doesn't work for us, let's do things this way. So if I were to submit, it's to say, we must collaborate, we must listen, and to ensure that our country, our future, because when you think about it, 10, 20 years from now, these are the people making decisions for our country. So we must empower them so that they are ready to do so. I thank you. Mr. Mondo, if you allow me, I have a student from the National Schools Championship, Miss Daniela, only 15 years of age, and she has a letter to the president that I would request you allow her to present. Thank you very much.
Please go ahead. Who am I to stop my boss?
Thank you very
from doing
much,
exactly
sir.
that?
Yes.
I was about to ask you, can you allow her greet us? Now,
Okay,
please.
thank you.
And as she comes, she would introduce herself. If somebody asked you, where then should you bank your money? Which bank would you mention? Stanbic Bank. I mean, with such corporate social investment, responsibility, so much money going into the children, the vulnerable people, where else can you invest your money? Give your money to Stanbic Bank. I know they will pay for my Kalango, but I will not tell you how much they would have paid me. So, my daughter, can you talk to us?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mondo. Good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. Yes, thank you. My name is Odong Daniela Asia. I am currently 15 years old and at Mount St. Mary's College Namagunga in my senior 4. So I'd like to present a piece to you very quickly. I'm glad that I am the final speaker, so you have to listen to me. It's sort of the law. You have to listen to me.
And truly, big people speak last.
Yes.
Please go
The
ahead.
best for last. Yes. So I would like to present a piece to you. It is entitled A Letter to the President. And since we've been talking about children's rights and child laws, I'd like to finally get to the third part of our theme, which is SDGs on Children Agenda. So here's my piece. Dear Your Excellency, Sustainable Development Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. There is no greater problem than that of which I write to you now. Residents in dire need of water, Lake Victoria chokes on pollution, Nativubo swamp under attack. SDG 6, while often underlooked, is at the core of peace and socio-economic development in Uganda. If you consider the number of people that lack access to water in Uganda, according to the National Voluntary Review for Uganda 2021, you see that access to water in rural areas stands at 69%, while that in urban areas stands at 71%. The fate of the remaining 31% is a tale I am yet to share. Your Excellency, allow me to finally introduce myself. Since my early childhood, I have been called Ngikito. It is a name of great significance, whose meaning you will soon come to learn. I am an inhabitant of the thirstiest valley in Uganda. Here, the rains fall, yet people thirst. The rivers flow, yet people cry out for water. In my valley, it is commonplace for the women and children of the household to trek 12 kilometers each day in order to access the nearest borehole. The pregnant women and elderly are not even this lucky. Since they're not in a position to trek long distances, they resort to fetching water from Lake Mutanda, and the lake water in itself is a big enough catastrophe. Still, there is more to consider. Since soils in the area do not favor the construction of latrines, the lake has become a toilet, and those that drink of its water quench their thirst with literal sewage. In my valley, water and iron go together. In order to have a tank installed in your compound, you must have an iron roof. While this is of great advantage to the middle and upper class valley residents, it is a tragic declaration to the owners of grass-thatched huts. Poverty slowly eats its way into the achievement of SDG 6, as many households cannot even afford to buy a jerrycan for the collection of clean, safe drinking water. Your Excellency, Mr. President, while I do not have the ultimate elixir for all the stumble blocks on our path towards the achievement of SDG 6 and Agenda 30, I propose the establishment of the Wise Water Ways campaign, the 3 Ws. The 3 Ws will work based on my idea of knowledge circuits. Simply like an electric circuit, a knowledge circuit is a path through which knowledge flows. The 3 Ws campaign will seek to effect the idea of knowledge circuits encompassing the Ministry of Environment and Water, as well as the government, various stakeholders, and resident communities. To cater for the problem of inaccessible boreholes, the 3 Ws campaign will carry out detailed surveys in districts and the entire nation to find out where it is exactly that we need to station more water outlets and more boreholes. As for the problem of sanitation and the lack of latrines, the 3 Ws campaign will set up state-of-the-art public sanitary facilities that will operate nationwide and in our countries. I believe that the 3 Ws campaign can go forward even further and be the basis for an introduction of a water education, which will enlighten the younger generation on what it is that they can do to reduce their water footprint and contribute to the achievement of SDG 6 and Agenda 2030. Your Excellency, I had previously promised you that you would come to know the meaning of my name. Ngikito, in my mother tongue, refers to a watered seedling with the potential to grow. I believe that our beautiful nation, Uganda, is an Ngikito, and with our hearts, minds, and hearts drawn together, we too can grow towards the achievement of SDGs, the Children's Agenda, and Agenda 2030. Yours truly, Ngikito, a watered seedling. Thank you.
Some of you tried literature and you said it's so hard. There is a poem. You know, it says it all.
Commissioner, I suggest that that letter needs to be delivered in person.
That letter will first be published in the papers, and I'm hereby instructing the spokesperson of the ministry, none other than Mr. Frank Mugabe, get that letter published in New Vision, the Monitor, and other papers for the president to read. And thereafter, we shall find a channel through which it will reach His Excellency the President. It's just pregnant. I can end there. So you are hereby instructed, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the end of the panel discussion. But perhaps my sister has a parting remark to make. Can you make it now?
Thank you, Mr. Mondo. I think I'll take the opportunity just to emphasize that, one, the children, they're going to make decisions. It is a huge risk to send them into the future without preparing them. And that takes each and every one of us in our different capacities, and it starts at home. The second thing is being intentional on the areas of investment and working together to deliver. Because when we collaborate, one of the speakers said earlier, we share ideas, we pull together resources, and it means that we can do so much more, and it can be. Thank you, Mr. Mondo.
Thank you, Diana, so much. Thank you, the Stanbic Bank fraternity, for standing with us. Please continue standing with us. Like Charles Dickens would say, we need some more. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for the panel, and let's clap for Ondoga Daniela The daughter, the poet. Yes, this Diana. So I'm referring to the poet now. Odong Daniela, stand up for recognition once again. That is beautiful. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. Please write more and more and more. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our interaction. Time is not on our side. I would have opened up for discussions, but people are hungry. Let me propose that we go for lunch, and those who want to come back, you come back, and we continue with the dialogue. Is that a brilliant idea? Thank you very much. My deployers, they want a photo, a group photo. Can we come up here for a quick? Okay, Charles is going to tell us how to do it. Charles, come and tell us. Come and give the instructions on how to get the group photo. You can borrow my mic.
Good afternoon, participants. This has been very wonderful that we have stayed up this time. Our apologies, but there was a need for us to stay up this time. Well, we just want to invite our partners just to have a group photo, maybe just in front of our branding materials. Our partners, please kindly. And then finally, we'll invite Frank to give us a vote of thanks and tell us where to get food.
I think I'll do the food part immediately. And first, the vote of thanks as the partners really come in front here because we are really past time. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is to say thank you so much to all the partners that have moved together with us in the preparation of this event. Like you heard, it was an inaugural event, the first of its kind. And the intention of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development is to make sure we have this on an annual basis, and that you came in to support the ministry on such a critical discussion. We thank you so much. We thank you for dedicating your time, your resources. Many of you have sponsored children to attend this. That is very amazing. We are happy to have the children here. All the children who have attended this conference, we want to thank you. When you go back home, please take our regards and feel proud to talk about it, that you attended the first National Children's Conference, and keep the memories fresh. To our funders, again, thank you. I can't thank you enough. To the ministry, I want to thank the Department of Youth and Children. Commissioner Fred Ingabirano is not here, but I see Assistant Commissioner for Children, Mr. Tolea Franco is here with us. I see Mr. Mondo Chateka, Commissioner. I would like to thank you so much. And the team, Rogers, Lydia, Alex, who is not here, and everyone that supported this cause. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Lunch will be served near the poolside. And the coupons, I guess everybody now has a coupon. If not, I would like to request the team that is distributing the coupons to do so. And as a rule, the children will eat first before we do ourselves as adults. I'd like to thank you. See you again at the next event.